Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the City Delivery Committee meeting of Tuesday, the 22nd of July 2025. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest emergency exit, and the assembly point is down Devonport Road. Please all be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. Members, could you please remember to speak clearly into your microphones and only one speaker at a time for clarity. And finally, as always, please turn off or mute your mobile phones. So just ask Councillor Baker to open the meeting with a karakia. Thank you.
Atamari e tātou, me no e tātou. Kimia te pōranga haua te ao kia i o rangi kia i o nuku kei ngā mata o te ariki. Kei mata nuku, kei mata rangi, ke reira koe tāne te waiora, e ngā maunga rū, e ngā wapara whenua he re uta ki tai ki tangaroa e ko koe, ko au, ko tāua nei. Whiti ao, whiti ora, aramai te toki, haumi e hui e, tai ki e.
Thank you, Councillor Baker, and I see we have a full house. There's no apologies today. So first item on the agenda today, public forum. We have two speakers today. The first one is Mr. Matt McCarty from Harbour Drive. So welcome up, Matt, and we have allocated around 10 minutes. Just for everyone's information, Matt will probably speak for 5 or 6 minutes, and then hopefully we'll generate plenty of time for discussion. Welcome, Matt.
Brilliant. Thank you. Good morning, councillors and my fellow Harbour Drive residents. My name is Matt McCarty. Along with my family, we've been residents on Harbour Drive since May 2022. Others who are here today or whose thoughts are reflected in my words have been residents on Harbour Drive for much longer. Just learnt David here behind me, almost 50 years. Now, other than sharing this address, we all have one other thing in common: our shared love and passion for our waterfront, of which we all know we're very fortunate to call home. But equally our shared dissatisfaction of the issues that plague Harbour Drive and have done so for many years. In front of each of you this morning is an evidence pack compiled by Harbour Drive residents containing photos of skids, burnouts, drug use, accidents, rubbish fires, tagging, potholes which turn into mud baths after the rain, and cars recently being impounded by local police. Is this really the image that Tauranga City wants to portray to its community and visitors? Do you know how many cruise ship buses travel down Harbour Drive each season? How many times that tourist truck travels down Harbour Drive through the season? Hundreds of international visitors every day. What experience and memories do you think they take from Tauranga's prime waterfront locations? In addition to these issues, we have residents who speak frequently of picking up drug paraphernalia and rubbish, incidents of threatening behaviour, and I've been involved in this myself, towards residents whom, in their frustration at a lack of police presence, have approached these people to ask them to move on. Cars which park over the footpath, which means then that members of the public have to walk around behind these cars, and even accounts of vehicles having lost control when trying to attempt skids on the grass, having gone over the footpath and become lodged on the rocks. These are just some of the issues that have been plaguing our waterfront for many years. Look, the primary issue the residents want to bring to your attention this morning is centred around safety. This prime piece of Tauranga waterfront is frequently used by families, kids, the elderly, cruise ship folk, bikers, dog walkers, and some of New Zealand's best runners, for those that get down there. We share this space together and make do with a narrow, undulated and often dangerous footpath which doesn't meet the Austro's standards for shared pathways, which I believe New Zealand councils like to adhere to or use as a guide. According to these standards, shared pathways should be 2.5 to 3 metres in width, allowing for bikers and walkers and other users to pass one another with space. Harbour Drive is a major thoroughfare for people commuting by foot or bike from the Matua and Otamoto suburbs. These commuters and waterfront users have a great experience at the moment travelling from Ferguson Park, down Beach Road, in through Coolan Park, and then they hit Harbour Drive. And they're faced with what you see in the photo evidence in front of you. If we don't take some measures now to enhance safety and provide some features to protect law-abiding folk from a small group, and it's always a small group, who ruin it for everybody else with their dangerous and drugged driving, it will only be a matter of time before something serious happens and disaster strikes. Now, we're not experts in designing and delivering solutions which may improve safety along Harbour Drive, but we might ask you to consider some of these, what we consider to be relatively cost-effective and easy-to-deliver solutions. This would be perhaps stage one, or a list of stage one solutions, which should give way to a much more thorough and thought-out refurbishment program. Some things we might want to consider could be a one-way system of traffic travelling from Buretta Road moving toward Maxwell's Road. The key benefit of this is to help residents when they're reporting to police operations, who very often have no idea where Tauranga is or where Harbour Drive is, which way the traffic is going. So we don't waste valuable time trying to explain which way that traffic is moving. Therefore, we can get to the point much sooner and police can get on their way. Reducing speed limits from 50 to 40. Now, we totally acknowledge those people that want to do 80, 100 k's an hour down Harbour Drive, it's pretty much a straight line. I can tell you that's what many do. Okay, they're so fast, no chance of getting registration details. Reducing speed limits will not change their behaviour. But what it may do is help to encourage those that are doing 60, 70 k's an hour by drawing everything back. Those that do 50, do 40. Myself that does 40, out of respect for my residents and knowing the issues, I do 30. So on and so forth. You get the picture. Temporary speed bumps at regular intervals. A lot of these speeding cars, they spend a lot of money on their cars. They don't want to run the risk of damaging these vehicles. Could be a solution. But I think lastly and most importantly, much like what has already been done down Beach Road, we could look at placing large rock boulders along Harbour Drive, which are closer to the pathway, which then essentially mean that we could tar seal some of that grass space, which would deal with the cosmetic issue around potholes and what that looks like. But it would also encourage people or force people to park behind one another. When people do large-scale drug deals down Harbour Drive, they're 4, 5, 6 cars wide. They pass drugs through the windows. Anyone sitting behind me will tell you how frequently this is happening. And it's clear for everyone to see, although, hard to actually prove in evidence unless the police come and toss cars. When cars park behind one another, they would force those people to get out and walk to other cars. That behaviour is far more visible and obvious for us to then report. It doesn't prevent any other law-abiding citizens from using the waterfront. They can still park there like they normally would, and law-abiding folk don't care if they're parking on an angle out towards the mount or behind one another. So you can see that by reducing the ability for people to trade drugs, you therefore reduce the ability for people to do drugs, and then ultimately some of the behaviour that follows: speeding, skids, burnouts, etc. In summary, and looking at the support from residents in the room today, I'm here to tell you that residents in our community have simply had enough. We don't accept what we've been told by TCC staff to date, that there isn't the budget, that the central government don't like speed calming measures. I've heard that so many times from TCC. That data shows that cars don't speed along Harbour Drive. I'm here to tell you that failure to take action will have some dire outcomes at some point. Let's not let these issues create a headline that none of us want to see. Let's see a proactive council which listens to its community and its ratepayers and prevents poor outcomes through strong and decisive action. Happy to take questions, if any.
Thank you very much, Matt, and for the people that are here with them today to acknowledge you. Any questions of Matt?
Morena, thank you, Matt, and to the residents that have come in this morning to support. Sorry, my question's probably for staff. We part fund or fund in bulk community patrol. Does the community patrol vehicle, am I correct in saying that we do that? And do we know what their current routes are and practices are with regards to kind of areas like this? Do we have any steer from staff?
Kia ora, councillors. Sorry, I don't know the answer to that question, but I can probably by the end of the meeting come back with an answer. The community patrols aren't part of the transport team, so I'll have to go to another team to find out.
Mayor Drysdale.
Thank you, and thank you for presenting today. I just want to dive in on the one-way, because you're probably the first and only person I've ever heard encouraging of a one-way system. But is that something that you've floated with fellow residents? And
Yeah, good question. I mean, it doesn't always make sense to me either, but I suppose there will be no silver bullet here in terms of actions we can take to have a dramatic impact initially. We are simply trying to provide some suggestions, I suppose. There'll be some things that I think will work that residents won't. There'll be other ideas residents have that I won't agree with. But I think what we can all agree on is to take no action is not an outcome here that we can walk away with. We have to be up for something. And there is always going to be, even the rock boulder idea. Like I've got a boat that I like to reverse down the driveway. That's going to get 10 times harder if I can't access the waterfront, right? But we as residents have to be prepared to give something up, some of the convenience of having access to that green belt in order to protect the waterfront and make it safer for us all. So I'm not necessarily suggesting that one way is a great solution. I'm just saying it's one of the possible things amongst others that councillors or TCC may wish to consider.
thank you. And sorry, just to follow up. So the boulders, I know you're not the expert. I'm just interested in your opinion, being a local resident. Would you think that would stop all access to the grass, or is it just to stop people being able to do burnouts and things like that?
Yeah, I suppose we want to make sure, because our families and people that don't live along Harbour Drive are still wanting to come and park there when they're visiting us, and other people want to use the waterfront, right? We're not asking for privileged solo access to it, of course. But the rocks, I think, would stop people from doing those burnouts, ripping up the grass and running the risk of covering the footpath, which residents tell me has already happened when these vehicles have become lodged on the rocks. And that's a serious risk. The footpath's only about a metre and a half wide. It's already an issue with bikers and walkers, let alone vehicles skidding over the grass. So rock boulders, I mean, common sense tells me that people would prefer their vehicles not to smash into rock boulders, so therefore skids and burnouts on the grass become not an option. And it's still, I think that solution still leaves plenty of room for people to park and an element of grass. It's wide enough that you can get single vehicles in one direction, parking on that, parallel to the road behind each other. It's wide enough for that to happen, in my view. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for some practical suggestions too. Thank you.
Councillor Rolleston.
Kia ora, thank you for your presentation as well as your supporters. Are there cameras there, and if not, would that help?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So a couple of years ago, CCTV was installed. I, for one, and I know other residents do, when I call the police, which is frequently, I am constantly telling them that there's a camera there, and they could get access to that potentially to look for. I've never seen any examples of that having been effectively used. And I think, look, one camera in the entirety of Harbour Drive. There's people that know where it is. They speed all the way up to where that is, park up, do what they do, and then go back the other way. So it needs to be supported with other measures. It's look, perhaps naively, I thought it would be more of a deterrent than what it has played out to be.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you, Matt, and everyone for coming in. And just firstly, an answer to Councillor Rolleston's question. My understanding from staff is that there is a Wi-Fi reception dropout area there, which is actually playing a bit of havoc with being able to put in more cameras. But that's something which I believe our team are sort of looking into to see what can be done about that. So that's part of that picture. I guess my question is, there are multiple issues here. There's quite a lot of drug use. There's in dealing. There's all sorts of public sort of safety issues. If, like, my colleagues and staff are aware that I've sort of pushed for widening of that path for some time, partly because it's a tourist trail, and I know Tourism Bay of Plenty supports that. partly because when I ran for council, I realised how many people bike along there in the morning at peak time, but also because I'm aware of just the use throughout the day by walkers and cyclists. So we've got some information that says it should ideally be 4 metres wide. However, we cannot get funding at the moment, just so everyone's clear, from the government to pay for half that project. So that's part of why it was on the council's plans. They didn't get the required funding because this government's not so keen on funding cycleways and shared paths. So we're having to weigh up which projects to push go on and which ones not to, and this will cost a lot more than it normally would. So with that in mind, the big question, I guess, in my mind is, are we better to focus on doing some short-term things to try to stop people parking up, doing the drug deals and doing the burnouts along the grass there, or do you think it's better to actually put it into the widening of the path and then to sort of put some kind of structure along there, whether it's bollards or whether it's rocks or whatever, to stop vehicles actually being able to get onto the path, which is, I know, an issue that was raised with me. So I guess it's trying to tease out of all the complex range of things, which is the priority for you?
Yeah, look, I think priority initially needs to be centred around safety, safety of legitimate users of footpath, etc. Not from 99% of other road users that drive vehicles, but the 1% that absolutely ruin it for everybody else. And that's very much tied to that conversation around drug use and drug dealing. To widen the footpath now as a temporary measure without some sort of safety barrier between us and vehicles is not an option, and you probably heighten the risk of something going wrong. For me, and I totally appreciate where council sits around funding and the challenges around that, I think that's where the two-stage or multiple stage process needs to be adopted here. Something needs to be done urgently. The main win, I think, even over, before we talk about the footpath, is creating a barrier between vehicles and doing it in such a way that prevents people from doing those drug deals and doing drugs, supported by NZ Police. They need to be there more frequently than they are, and they're doing as much as they can, I'm sure, but not enough. And supported with those sort of dual actions, we should start to see some change. So I think without preventing people from parking along the waterfront, because we need that, we need to provide for that, the sort of rock boulders or something which stops the cars from coming all the way over the greenbelt, forces them to park parallel to the road, where we have more visibility over people that are doing wrong in their cars, so we can call more frequently to police, whilst giving more space then to other users on footpaths, bikes, for that little bit of green area. Something like that would be a good first step.
Yeah, no, look, I think thanks everyone for your questions, and I really appreciate your time presenting and your answers you've given to some of these questions. I just maybe could ask Nick or Mike, just obviously what we've heard today and the questions, thoughts on what we could do as a suitable follow-up action, Mike.
Sure. Thanks for the presentation, really good presentation, and there's some good ideas in there. So all of the options presented are possible. And I think staff are in agreement with the community around that something needs to be done. What we propose is bring back a paper for council to consider how they want to go about getting it done. So from our perspective, some of the options are probably less likely to make the paper, but some of them are kind of unique and novel, particularly around parallel parking and that interaction with community. So we need to go and think about those and figure it out. So we'll bring back a paper in, as soon as you can and give it to council for decision making.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Matt.
Thank you.
Sorry, just to add one point to that is that we would, of course, like to work with you on this. So while we develop those options, we don't want to do that in isolation, but actually draw on any suggestions or ideas you may have. So thank you very much for the presentation, and that'll be good to work on that. Thank you.
Yeah, look, we appreciate everyone coming in. It's a good measure and indication to us just how important it is to you. So we appreciate that, and thank you for your time. And I'll call up our second public forum speaker, Mr. John Miller of Five Basketball. And John, while you're coming up, I know you've probably got couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes to talk and outline to us today, and then John will also be encouraging of questions. Oh, sorry, just for staff as well, for members as well, there's a presentation with John's...
Did you just want to formally put an action next to that that's used in the minutes, and maybe you can just say we'll formally put an action.
And just before John starts too, we'll formally put an action there too, based on the previous, the first speaker, to that follow-up to bring something to council.
Kia ora, good morning. What I'm about to speak about, I'm more used to drawing a crowd than what we've just seen here with the last speaker and the people leaving at the end. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I've lived in Tauranga for 30 years, and today I am here representing Whai Basketball. At our heart, we exist to build a vibrant and socially connected city where young people have their horizons of possibility lifted. We're a not-for-profit organisation. We do this in 2 ways. First of all, through our home games. So these are shaped as affordable and family-friendly events that bring people together. Our men's and women's games are live on Sky Sport, which showcases Tauranga on the national stage every week for 8 months of the year. But more importantly, our games are designed around social connection and inspiration, where tamariki see what is possible and whānau feel really proud of the city that they live in. Secondly, through our year-round community and talent development. Our Whai Academy has already helped local athletes progress into New Zealand teams such as the New Zealand 3-on-3 team, which is an Olympic sport, the Junior Tall Blacks, who recently came 4th at the World Cup last 2 weeks ago, which is the highest ever finish for a New Zealand team, and even into our national basketball team, the Tall Ferns and the Tall Blacks. Our Whai tribe has connected with over 7,000 young people across school visits, holiday camps, and grassroots basketball programs. We are sending a message that this city isn't just a beautiful place to live, it's forward thinking. We're shaping Tauranga not just as a scenic place to live, but as a city with character, with confidence, and with national impact. Looking ahead, we are keen to partner with the council, partners with others to help us grow this work. We're not asking for anything today. We're just wanting to invite you to see what is already underway. Ngā mihi nui, and I welcome questions.
Thank you very much, John. Any questions from the Deputy Mayor?
Kia ora, thank you, John. And I think lovely hearing those words about a bold city, a vibrant city, future-thinking city. And I was lucky enough I have been to a game, and it was just a Friday night activity that I wouldn't normally do, which is great. And then thank you for hosting me, and just saw a children's holiday program there. And just seeing that, are you able to say what those kids or adults might be doing otherwise? Are you moving them away from other sports, or do you think this is an addition to what Tauranga offers?
So basketball is incredibly popular with under 30-year-olds, particularly 18 to 24-year-olds. So we really, in looking at starting Whai Basketball, we looked at that. We visited Christchurch, a city where the kind of partnership we imagine already exists. And what we saw there was these community events where all of these young people came in, and it helped form the sense of pride in their city and inspiration. So, and not just inspiration, but an actual pathway where their local kids in that city could develop into a rapid league team, into a NBL team, into a Tauihi team, and then forward into national teams. So we felt after visiting Christchurch, that my co-founders and I, this is something that Tauranga City needs. We're growing, we're getting bigger as a city, and we need to be providing events like this for our city, particularly for young people. But as you would have seen when you visited our games, it's certainly a wide cross-section of residents that come along.
Sorry, Councillor Baker.
Kia ora, John. Thank you for your presentation this morning. 2 questions. In your visit to Christchurch, were you made aware of their city council having the kind of partnership you envision us having with you with other marquee sports? And then I have a second question.
So I didn't know about that relationship on my first visit down there. I learned about it with subsequent visits there and talking with the ownership of their basketball team down there. But I do know from what I've seen examples of their partnership that they do also partner with the netball team down there.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
They do a lot of marketing together to market city services like Swim Safe. Yeah.
Cool. And my second question, what's your guys' existing relationship with Tauranga City Basketball?
So Basketball New Zealand, who's the governing body for basketball in New Zealand, they've very intentionally separated their local associations and what they do with age group representative programs and with the professional teams in our development pathways. So those 2 things are very deliberately separated from the national body. I think we both share a love of the same sport, basketball. And in many ways, there's synergies. Our teams will need great talent coming through from all of the age groups. There are some minor, I would say, ways in which you might describe we compete. For example, if we're both doing a participation event, like a camp or something like that, you might say, oh, there's potential there for competition. But we would definitely say, in a marketplace where you compete to be different, where you add a different value to the marketplace, what you end up with is customers with better choice and better products. So when I think about that from the city's point of view, this is an advantage for ratepayers because the people that live here have different options that they can choose from. So that's how where we connect mainly around the sport of basketball. I talked about that we're a not-for-profit organisation, and so I think Whai Basketball, we deliver these home games specifically as community events to bring people together. So what we're shooting for is that vibrant, socially connected city. So we have this very broad vision that we're pursuing as compared to a basketball association, which is very much tasked with the development of basketball in a region. Yeah.
I'll ask one and then we'll finish with the Deputy Mayor. That interesting comment you're talking, because normally you'd have a rep team that would sit at the top and the other community-based stuff would come up to it, but your obviously stated goal of bringing through the community, you're starting from day one. And so that, yeah, I can understand what you're talking about, the potential difference, but like you say, there are other opportunities. Basketball's a massively grown sport. So how do you, I suppose, those synergies, what are those other real benefits of this unique model that you've got?
So I think some of those we've seen already in the image I showed here in terms of the pathway that Whai Basketball provides for local players. So, right now we've got kids with educational and life opportunities, both domestically and overseas, on scholarships. And the reason they've got those is they've been seen. Particularly the Rapid League, for those who aren't familiar, the Rapid League has been a new innovation both in the NBL, the National Basketball League, and the Tauihi League, which is the Women's National League, whereby only the players who are on the bench play in the Rapid League. It's a 4-minute, 4-quarter game played immediately before the National League game, but it has full television coverage. And so these kids who are often the development players are on the bench, they don't get big minutes at National League, but they play all of that Rapid League. So that's really showcased our local talent and given them that opportunity to be seen. I spoke about Sky Sport in New Zealand, but those games are broadcast into the US on ESPN and globally live on YouTube. So it's hundreds of thousands of people that watch those games, and that gets seen by a big audience.
Mayor, we'll finish with you.
Just very quickly, so you did say you didn't want anything from us. You've obviously helped Fire Basketball be more visible. Do we need an action from this, or are you comfortable with your interactions with TCC and BVL staff?
Well, what I said is I'm not asking for anything today. I have a meeting tomorrow with Sam Fellows around what partnership could look like. I say we're not looking for anything today because we're not sure what that looks like. We've got some ideas. I've put those in a document and shared it with Sam, and we really start that work tomorrow to go where could partnership form here. There's a bit of an example out of Christchurch to follow, and I think to see what are the benefits for both parties in that partnership there. The kind of things that are in that document, we're trying to make easy to say yes to. But what I mean by that is some of our most immediate needs are where we can save cost. For example, we see what we do, our home games, as being a community event. Now, if the city sees it as a community event and therefore hosts that and we deliver it and we can offset costs, that might be a very helpful way to partnership that doesn't require new lines of spending in a budget, as an example.
No, if there's no further questions, we'll move on. But thanks very much for your time and good luck with your meeting tomorrow. I mean, understanding that sport does have an incredible way to connect communities. So seeing what you're doing and what you presented today, I think it was really good to put that in front of council, and good luck going forward. And we look hopeful to hear from you soon.
Thank you all.
Okay, moving on. Item of acceptance of late items. There's no late items. Item 5, confidential business to be transferred into the open. There is none. And item 6, change the order of business. There's no change to the order of business. So we'll move on to confirmation of the minutes of the City Delivery Committee meeting held on the 4th of June 2025. I'll just ask if there's any corrections to the minutes. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I guess my comment is not so much a specific correction, but I think it'd be really helpful for minutes like this where you have issues that are somewhat contentious in the wider community, and there's certainly been quite a bit of feedback since this decision. And the one I'm talking about is item 9.6, oh no, sorry, 9.7, the 7th Avenue cul-de-sac and 12th Avenue. That in the minutes, we've had some minutes for council meetings where there is a thorough explanation of the various things that were considered. What's in here does not give any sense of understanding for a member of the public who goes to these minutes to try to understand what we looked at. Now, the fact that I was the only vote for a particular issue to me is irrelevant. No matter what the vote is, I think it would be really good practice to put in place that we addressed, certain pros and cons, if you like, or certain issues were addressed, because the feedback that I've got is that people are doubting that we understood the issues. I think if it was in the minutes, quite clearly, I think between us all, we covered all the issues, we raised it all, but there's no evidence of doing that. So I'm not suggesting we transcribe everything, but I think there's got to be some better middle ground to capture some key points. If nothing else, just say considered the opening and put a reason why, why the other points raised were not there. You know, I don't know if I'm conveying that very well, but it's just, to me, that next level of minutes would be very helpful.
Yeah, so we've been through the process, I think, once earlier of standing orders and how we are dealing with the minutes. I understand that on the 5th of August, that opportunity is there again, so that could be something that we bring up and discuss at that time if there's a feel for a need for change. Mayor.
Yeah, I guess I understand the point. I guess it's trying to get a balance, and I think, you know, a really positive step forward was putting the timestamps in the minutes of the video. So, you know, anyone has an opportunity to go and watch the video if they're interested in that, and they can see exactly what the discussion was and everything that was considered. You know, I guess it's just a balancing act. I'm not taking a view as to which is right or wrong, but, you know, you can have, you know, 100 pages of minutes, or you can, you know, go to 10 pages of minutes and everything's available online. But yeah, that's just my view.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and I think I have raised this before, and I was told we don't put any of the reasoning of the decisions because people can go back. I still think that it would be a lot easier. I would just give as an example, when we do have public forum, we tend to give 3 or 5 bullet points of what public forum said. They have a timestamp, you could go back and look at that, but to me, I think it would add value to us and to our people that we had some bullet points on minutes. So I'd be very happy on the 5th of August to talk about it again.
Do you want to just close on that, Councillor Crowther?
Just in response to the Mayor's comment, I take that point. I think it's really valid. I think I'm suggesting that we probably, between us all in the room, understand which are the contentious public issues, where there will, most of these, you know, the one before, a transport, network operations update, I don't think anyone in the public would have any interest in seeing minutes for that. So I don't want detail, but it's just maybe 1 or 2 items per meeting, or not even that. So I don't think it's a lot of work. I do take the point we have to get the balance right, but just maybe if we discuss that in that future meeting.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, based on, we brought it up, I think that'll be something that will be discussed and brought up on the 5th. So there's no more discussion on that. The recommendation... Oh, is there? Sorry, no one, the hands come up. I would just call for a mover and a seconder, that the minutes of the City Delivery Committee meeting held 4th of June 2025 be confirmed as a true and correct record. Moved by Councillor Morris and seconded by myself. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item number 8 on the agenda. Any call for any declarations of conflict? None. We move to item number 9, the business of today, and 9.1. 9.1, the status update on actions from prior City Delivery Committee meetings, and for the public, that is on page 26 of your agenda. Staff, I believe we have Alistair McNeil to... He's just left us.
I think Alistair might have stepped out for a moment, but if I can talk to the report.
Yep, Paul, that would be great, thank you.
So, which is really just a presentation of what the status updates are on actions of the report. If there are any questions of any particular general manager that are in the room, we can take it as read and ask for any questions.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, need my peripheral vision.
Thank you, Chair. So just, I think I did comment yesterday in the Audit and Risk Committee and complimented the action schedule, because when an item was closed, it actually, in the status, it included the pathway or of the document that actually closed it, and I think that's really useful. So I would ask if that can be added. Again, the number of actions sitting up there at 30, it's just it's just showing, number one, that lots is happening, but number two, thank goodness we've got an action schedule, right, so we can track them. And so just on, there were a couple of closed, the social media plan, it just says to be scheduled through usual channels. What are usual channels? I'm not sure I have usual channels, but maybe everyone else does.
We might have to come back on that.
Okay.
That's a question for Alistair, but yeah.
And I think there's one that we've got. So it's interesting just how we're going to do the. So we've got a closed information to be provided in future reports. I guess that's just that's a intention that we're hoping we have set that suggestion that will be closed, that will be done in future reports, but there's no check that it is. So can we just think about whether there's something more we can do on that one, please? And I think on another, and sorry, I have in my notes, don't get saved. I think we had one that we said it was closed when a meeting was going to be scheduled, and another one that said it was pending when it was going to be done. Sorry, I'll come back to it. I haven't got my notes, haven't come up.
Yeah, maybe Deputy Mayor, if you speak to the staff member and bring that back. Thank you. No other questions of staff? If not, I'll call for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Rolleston. Well, I will second, since it's too slow. Councillor Rolleston, do you wish to speak? No. I'm also do not need to speak. So Councillor Morris.
I just love the action schedules. They're the best things in sliced bread. They just help me as an elected member remember what the heck we talked about months ago. It is so good. And I think other councils around New Zealand should adopt them.
That's wonderful advice. So I'll put the resolution and just to receive the report. I better make sure I read this correctly. That the City Delivery Committee receives the report status update on actions from prior City Delivery Committee meetings. All those in favour? Against? There being none, that is carried. We are now going to move to item 9.2, which is page 34 on the agenda, and I'll just ask Councillor Rolleston to mihi Irene from Ngāti Ahi.
Tēnā tātou te whare. Ko tai mai a Ngāti Ahi ki te whare I tēnei ata. Nō reira, Ngāti Ahi, Haidini marae, Irene, tēnei te mihi aroa ki a koe, mō tō tai mai nei, ki te whakamana tēnei kaupapa I tēnei ata. Hoi anō, e hara I te ro te mihi, anei, ko tai mai, te tangata whenua o tēnei rohe, nō reira, e mihi kawana ki a koe.
Thank you, Councillor Rolleston. And I believe we have Kurt and Nick to speak to the report. Oh, no, I've got this wrong. It's.
I've got Kurt, and Mike, and Chris.
I've got
You've got the big.
Three Stooges. Welcome.
Kia ora, councillors. Thanks for the introduction. Councillors, this is an issue that's been rattling around for quite some time, and we're keen to bring it to a head and some resolutions. Just to give some context, and purely from a transport perspective, is the trial itself is something that we can learn from. The information gathered from that trial is useful for us to understand how that particular part of the network can be used. However, there's some key caveats, I guess, that we want to put on the table around 15th Avenue and the next project, is that as that project develops, the use of the Haidini slip lane may or may not change. And I think just want to get that right there out there, which is there will be a second time that you may have something come to you and have to consider with regard to some of this, and that'll be part of the 15th Avenue project. However, despite that, staff do recommend we do something now, and we proceed with the option as recommended in that we've done a lot of work up to this point. We've brought the community along on the journey. Not all of what the community wants is represented in the report. For example, that it's a residents-only access is an issue that is still important to the marae, but it's something that we're not supporting as staff because it's difficult to implement. So we think the option in front of you is a bit of a middle ground. It is useful, and it's something that we support, and some of the information in there we're happy to take questions on.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Taylor and then the Mayor.
Thanks for the report, great report. Just clarifying, since the underpass is opened, that route hasn't been open for general use, it's only for the buses. So the point I'm trying to make there is we aren't going to have the whole of Welcome Bay coming through that road like we might have previously prior to the underpass.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it will certainly attract more demand through there. I think we're looking to manage that from an operational perspective with the settings within there, but that is a risk, and I think that's part of the learning around how people use the network. It may rebalance, but generally people take the quickest, easiest route, and so that could be an effect, but it's worthwhile understanding some of that and why the trial is there, but it is a risk that from an operational perspective it gets used in a manner that we don't want.
Sorry, two questions. The first one, assuming the trial is successful over the 3 months, would we just effectively make that the norm? And the reason I ask that is what we've heard with a lot of these measures is actually chopping and changing is more detrimental than actually the end solution.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. Chopping and changing is, and Links Ave is a classic example of that, and it can make our communities very frustrated. However, the impending 15th Avenue project will create enormous amounts of disruption for our communities that we will be looking to manage, and I think that will need to be considered in the way that the Haidini lane operates. So there is disruption coming and confusion coming. I think this will just be a small piece of noise in the rest of the potential effects of traffic management in that area. So we're less worried about that, my short answer is.
Okay, and then the second is the cost of 110,000. Are you able to break that down for us? And the traffic calming measures, without having a trial, I'm just unsure whether we need to go to that expense, or if we feel like we actually have a problem, that we then implement that as a two-step process.
Yes, so the majority of the cost associated with it is actually the traffic calming method, traffic calming measures, as opposed to the actual implementation of the opening it, the lane itself with the signage, etc. And the main reason for that is we're expecting more traffic and potentially driving through there faster. So we would end up with negative impacts to the local community if we didn't put those in at the same time. So as far as the traffic calming, there's somewhere in the order of $10,000 for the traffic management and about $20,000 for the actual works themselves.
Sorry, 10,000 in the traffic management and
about $20,000 in the traffic calming measures themselves. And then there will be some cost associated with removing those at the end of the trial if it was decided to uplift those.
You've got Maunga Tapu Primary School, Tauranga Intermediate, Tauranga Boys College, Tauranga Girls College students that walk home, bike home, or get the bus and actually use Haidini to get to either Maunga Tapu across to Welcome Bay or Hauti. So it is quite busy before and after school. So as I understand it, the calming measures are there to not compromise resident safety, but primarily our students that have become probably a bit accustomed to not having to navigate that so much.
Did Councillor Baker answer correctly?
Beautifully. It's also one of our defences against that possible risk of people coming down there from Welcome Bay. And so the traffic calming measures benefit the locals more by deterring traffic from going that way. Just in terms of the other cost items, the actual implementation is about 60k. There's about 15k worth of staff cost and 30k of contingency in there. So again, it's a project where we're anticipating a certain thing, but we expect it to be a lot less in terms of its implementation.
Could we, is there an option for a two-step process where we say, let's implement it, see if we have a problem, and if we have a problem, we then fix it? Like, we're sort of assuming we've got a problem, but you just said Welcome Bay, but who in Welcome Bay is going to go through that way when you can go under the underpass? Ohaoitu, so that's different to Welcome Bay?
Yes, so when I say Welcome Bay, sorry, I just mean the whole catchment up in the hill that comes through that roundabout, and that it has the effect of draining that through the roundabout. So it is, just imagine like water. If we don't put sort of impediment there, that it may come through, but that's exactly the point of the trial, is that will it come through or not? So it can be an option. I think, though, it would need to clear safety audit, and in particular with the comments around the schools and the pedestrian usage on that road. So at this stage, I wouldn't want to put my line in the sand on that one yet, until we'd just be comfortable that if we did remove traffic calming measures, it was still safe for the people in that corridor.
But your steer, as you brought this to us, is that it's a key part of the trial?
Yes.
Thank you. I think I've got Councillor Kurak and then Councillor Baker.
Thank you. Just on the Mayor's suggestion, I do support that, because back in the day when it was open and included Welcome Bay traffic before the underpass was put in, I don't recall anybody raising a safety issue around the vehicles going through there. So, I understand you need to put a safety lens over it, but given it's a trial, it would be I think a reasonable move to not include the calming initially, but then potentially, if it's a long term, it would be, I think, an advantage, because it might deter some usage. I anticipate that, most of the Hauiti and others in their catchment would use that route. It saves going onto the state highway and coming against the lights there. So just on that matter, I anticipate the NZTA would support it, because it would free up its network off-peak, wouldn't it?
Through you, Mr Chair, the effect on through traffic on the State Highway, on State Highway 29A, is could be impeded at the roundabout more than benefit the State Highway, particularly if we had more throughput coming down the Haidini lane. Now, there's two elements. That is the traffic going straight through at the roundabout, and the local network would also have more pressure on the merge at the bottom at 15th. So merging, we're not very good at merging. And we tend to create congestion at merge points. And it was one of the reasons the whole trial got put in the first place. When you remove the merge, people are more confident in what's happening, and they travel more smoothly. And so we've had to make this sort of trade-off decision around how much more traffic we put down there, because it used to be less. And in reference to the age of that, what it used to be like to now, the pedestrian and cycle usage has fundamentally changed in the area since then. And so we would absolutely have to consider its current usage with regard to safety and those traffic calming measures as well. So hence why I'm not prepared to put the boat out on that yet until we have a look at it.
Thank you, Mike. Just on the merge issue, we are talking about off-peak. I can understand peak times when there is already a line up and there's a merge there, but off-peak, I mean, it all flows, doesn't it? So the merge wouldn't be an issue?
That's definitely the theory, and hence why we've got it. And so, and also hence why there's a trial, because there's a point where our traffic modelling just runs out of evidence, and it's best to go and observe. So hence why we're suggesting a framework for you to decide in around what you would like to achieve there. And one of the elements there is for us to allow the residents there, which has been a community concern for a long time, a greater level of access, and that's the primary outcome we're getting there, but there are ancillary benefits, including around the safety elements.
Finally, in terms of the rationale for closing that route is around providing bus priority, so you don't anticipate any travel time disadvantage to the bus network off-peak? That would just flow through, no problem?
No, we don't anticipate any material effects on the bus network.
Thank you. Good 3 questions. And Councillor Baker and then Councillor Morris.
Thank you, guys. Could you, for the general public, just explain why the residents-only access isn't actually a viable option and some of the key learnings we've taken from Links have? My second question, so I'm only asking a question at one time, is what will our measures of success be for this trial, and how much of that will be anchored on community voice and feedback?
Great questions. In terms of the resident access only, it's a difficult legal proposition to enforce. And so in order to meet the criteria around what we can and can't do there, we'd have to run a system, and Council's recently considered a resident parking permit sort of approach. In that world, it's a simpler idea because the technology and the way that you might do it is operationally easier. I'm not saying it is easy. In this world, it's even more difficult, and we don't know that we're legally able to enforce it without doing something like a bylaw or other things like that. So the benefit of just that versus the potential benefit from just traffic calming measures, on balance, it didn't make sense from a transport perspective. But again, it's not something that we, if Council decided that that's something that we wanted to continue to pursue, it's an option we can build up. But at this stage, to keep it simple, costs down, and easy to read, as a user, we've recommended that option that we've got. Oh, yes.
Thank you. So the measures of success, what we're planning on doing is, if the trial is approved, basically we would monitor it throughout its duration, and then the intention was to go back to the community at completion and see if what their experiences was through the trial matched what they were expecting at the start, and then to survey residents to see if are they happy for it to remain in place. And then obviously if there's any reports of unsafe behaviour or certainly any incidents, that's something we'd have to have a look at as well. And then the intention would be that we'd compile that and come back for a second discussion to see whether or not it's something that would be supported to stay in place long term. And some of those measures would possibly need to be revisited, or whether it's something that we would need to, the trial wasn't a success, for example, and would have to uplift those measures.
So the primary outcomes that we're measuring is around that effect on the community. So the problem is that we don't have enough access for residents in the area. So we'd be measuring an increased level of access, safety in the area. So that we'd be monitoring whether there was any safety impacts or a reduction. And then as a wider context, the network would do some observations and some monitoring through the TOC around how traffic performs. So if any congestion or hotspots started to eventuate because of this change, then that's part of the decision making. So the combination of all those three will determine whether it was a success or not.
I think we'll finish on Councillor. Did I see the Mayor's hand go up? Okay, so I'll just ask a quick question before I go to Councillor Morris, and then we'll finish on the Mayor. Just in terms of a 3-month trial, if there's a couple of comments around not having the speed calming measures in there, if we go through 3 months and then you check your measures, as was just discussed, is that potentially going to mean that we will not have the data, and then you'd have to then look at, from a safety perspective, adding that, and is that going to add time to the trial? Like what you said, it's a critical part. I just want to make sure that you get that message across And will there be a prolonged trial, or, because I'm assuming the intent will be, if it's successful, it stays, is the first assumption. And then, so if you don't get what you want in 3 months, does that mean we're looking at a further trial to get the true data you need for us to make decisions?
Again, a great question. The proximity of the 15th Avenue project is largely dictated the length of the trial. Probably we would want to do a 6-month trial with this type of activity, maybe even longer. Traffic is so seasonal. And so, yes, we have less information available to make these calls, but what you will know at that point is far more information around the construction and the design of 15th Avenue and how that may work. And so we're giving ourselves an option there to make sure that we interface with that project. So absolutely in 3 months, I think at minimum we need to give you an update about what's happening and then a decision point there. But at that point we can also explain that interface with the 15th Avenue. And it may be that the trial does continue just depending on the rate of progress of our other projects. So there's some uncertainties. And so we'll try and give you as much information as we know at the time in some of those measures. And then we'll make put together a paper explaining those.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question speaks to the need for a trial before the 15th Ave project, and it is, what impacts do you foresee on the 15th Avenue corridor should the trial be successful and be made permanent? So what do you foresee now, in the absence of the evidence from the trial, but what impacts do you see?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and not disturbing our potential procurement process that we're in around designing things. Some of the elements is that it may be that the Haidini slip lane reverts back to bus only. So that is a potential option all the way through to general traffic, again anticipating an unlikely outcome in that regard. And I think it comes down to, particularly with managed lanes and the influence of that project and that leg of the project, you've got a range in between those two sort of scenarios. It may even be that the lane is further restricted and time restricted or vehicle restricted. But again, I'm right out on the thin end of the branch there in terms of understanding what that project is doing. And I'll be very uncomfortable getting any more detailed around potential options, but there is a range of potential.
So why now?
And so to that, I think from our staff's perspective, we've had a long conversation with Haidini Marae around this, and community have told us on a consistent basis that they wanted us to do something. I think the tenacity in the conversation with our community is evident. And staff are recommending it, support that type of thing. Just we saw from the Harbour Drive residents when there's something that's burning away and council sort of continuously doesn't act around this, it hurts us in the long run. And it may hurt us on the 15th Avenue project if we don't show willing. And I think there's part of this project, and why I talked about the primary purpose, is to show that we're willing to try things. And I think that's really important, that we are open to options and not regimented in our approaches and whatnot. And does it cause an injurious effect on the project? No. Does it cost us money? Yes, it does. But at the same time, there is a potential for it to benefit our community that will pay back, in our view. So it's a very much an on-balance decision, but at this stage, I think that's where we are sitting as staff.
Thank you for that answer. The Mayor and then, sorry, Councillor Rosebean, you after the Mayor.
Yeah, again, just a couple of questions. I know we use 7 till 9 at Links Ave and keen to understand why it's 6:30 to 9:30. And secondly, what is the proposed traffic calming measures? And I notice, we have a lot of complaints, for example, around speed humps with buses and vibrations and actually the impact that has on public transport. So, I'm keen to understand those two things.
Great question around the opening hours. Opening hours are designed for the peak, and so the peak in the city is different in different areas. So at the moment we've got it set to that. It might change. We might have to adjust it. So we are at a little bit of an early stage So those hours might actually be slightly different depending on the information we get around that peak.
Do we have good peak data at the moment?
Yeah, we do. Our TOC has monitors that as a key route. There's some key routes in the city that we've got real-time information around. So at the moment, we'll check that data, but that's talking to us around that. That's the right window to have the trial on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy as long as, if it's 7 to 9, I'd prefer to keep it shorter.
Yes.
But if there's, and we heard last night in Ohauiti, they're saying if you're not out by 6:45, you get stuck. So it does sort of align up. But yeah, the traffic calming measures.
Again, we enter into the feasibility stage with a standard approach, which is a raised platform or some such. In this particular case, as in the next design phase, we test whether that's the right thing to do. And we've got, that's our current design, and that's what the costs are based on. But it will be adjusted if we feel it's unnecessary or over the top.
Thank you. Councillor Roseburn.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's around public awareness, because this is going to be a time, regardless of the window, the public have to be aware that that is open to and then not. So how much signage are you going to put at the entrance so the public know that this is only open between 9:30 a.m. through to 6:30 a.m. in the morning, because I'm assuming that camera is still working and we're still snapping number plates for all those that try and sneak through there in the bus-only time frame?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, signage will go up. It's standardised, and I think that's important that we keep that consistent across the city. So that will absolutely be part of the trial. And I think that we are also we've formed quite a big stakeholder database, and we'll be informing through that database what's happening in the trial, and then the wider catchment of people using it as well. But yes, it's part of the implementation is to do some comms around that.
Councillor Rolleston.
Thank you, Chair. My research is telling me that Ngāi or the Hapu were very involved in this, and there was a hui held at Waikari Marae where there was discussion around this kaupapa. Can you confirm for me that the Hapu will be continually involved throughout the process, and particularly in the feedback?
It's a resounding yes.
Councillor Jackie Rolleston-Steed.
Kia ora, Mike. Thank you for that. I was chomping at the bit to ask a few questions, and Councillor Baker got in there first. Anywho, one of my questions was around that baseline engagement survey that was undertaken in May and June. What was the options of the residents? What was the preferred option of the residents? Was it option 3, as per the engagement survey?
I don't know. I can't remember what one was option 3, actually. I might just refer to my notes. But the feedback we got that was pretty clear was quite a bit of support from the wider group for taking it from bus lanes to a more general traffic lane, but with traffic calming. But there was also a very strong feedback, particularly from the marae, around a residence permit. And that was at the heart of the issue, particularly with the marae. The wider context was, the questions, it's hard to frame a survey question in that regard, in that, would you like more access to the transport system? Yes is generally the answer. And so we'd have to unpack it. So there was a generalised support for it, but I think the technicality of it was the cusp was it residents only, or would it be open to everyone else? So there was a general fear that the route would turn into a rat run. And some of those other things we suggested were a way of combating that. So the discussion with the community at the time kind of bounced that around, and that's what sort of formed our calls around the design.
Well, not so much playing devil's advocate, but the opportunity of undertaking a trial is whether or not you could actually piecemeal the opportunity to explore residents only and then moving into more of a general public, and that way, you know, you're not going to go instantly into potentially exacerbating the traffic by going straight into all in sunder utilising that road, that slipway. But my subsequent question, and sorry for taking over, I'm just wondering if any formal pre-trial baseline survey of like traffic volumes, speeds, blah blah, if there will be a comparison, if there's going to be a pre-trial kind of data survey thing done so that you can kind of compare against the trial period data?
Yes, absolutely. And just a caveat with traffic data, the 3-month window we'd compare that to a similar 3-month window in the past as well. So just so that we're orientating ourselves around the time of the year and that sort of stuff. So the short answer to the question is yes, we'll do baselining in terms of that, and then also just using the right data to make a comparative measure. Can't compare summer against winter, March against December, that sort of thing. So.
Yeah, I'm just mindful that your window is quite short between now and October to do a pre-trial, and I'm also mindful that in August you're looking at doing a structural and seismic investigation on the bridge, you know, for that connecting area. So could there also be some flux in data when you're trying to do that analysis at the same time, which could be during the pre-trial?
Absolutely. And I think I intimated before that because the window is so short, there's potential for that information to be quite skewed by an incident or something that's going on in the city at the time. So it is a risk to that baseline, absolutely, and that's acknowledged. And I think that, again, it comes down to, in a perfect world, we'd have a long run at it and we'd have a 12 months worth of sit data and we could average that out and that would be a much better indication of the use of the corridor. But in the sort of trade-off space that we find ourselves in with regard to this trial, we've made a call that actually it's good enough and there's enough information. Plus, the purpose of the trial isn't just about traffic impact. And so as an order of priority, it's around how does our community feel about the way it works, and then making sure that our safety in that space is upheld. And then it becomes the traffic is an ancillary thing. And I think, to give you a bit of a heads up around the potential report, it would have to be quite bad for us to react from that traffic information. It would have to be quite congested in some unintended consequence. And our data is good enough to pick that up. But we won't be measuring it to the nth degree because we simply can't in the time that we have available.
Thanks, Mike. Looking forward to seeing that data.
Thank you, gentlemen. Sorry, Councillor Crowther, everyone.
You said, Mike, that you'd normally want a 6-month plus trial, which makes sense, and that you're responding to the community, which makes sense. The part that doesn't make sense to me, from what I understand, is we've got 2 years till the start of construction on the whole of the 15th corridor, and it'll start at the 15th end, is my understanding. And so we've got 3 years until we get stuck in, a bit under 3 years, getting stuck in at that Haidini end of the project. So I'm struggling to understand why we can't have a 6-month trial, because there's nothing going to be happening there from the public's point of view for, a year and a half to 2 years.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff are absolutely open to a longer trial. One of the elements, though, that we're protecting against is radical or different designs within the project that we will find out within the next short amount of time. But you're absolutely right, the actual construction effects of that project are longer. As an option and an anticipated part of this trial is that would extend into the project until the project actually had to deal with it. So that could be a year away or longer. But we wanted to reassure Council that we're on the right path, particularly in the 3 months. And Council will have a decision at that point. So we do anticipate that it might be there for quite a bit longer.
This paper's generating a lot of interest. It's good. The Mayor.
So if we took out the traffic calming measures, what is the cost of this trial?
Pure implementation, excluding contingency and staff costs, will be approximately 40K.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions of staff, I'll call for a mover and a second.
I'm happy to move with an amendment.
So the Mayor is happy to move.
So
and he has
take
an-
out 3 and change 4 to $40,000.
As a substantive, do we have a, just getting process.
Oh, well, this is moving the substantive, so
This
if
is
I've
moving
got
the
it.
substantive, so.
Yeah. If I've,
So, and do we have do we have a seconder for that new substantive? That looks like we have Councillor Crowther as seconder. Will be debate now.
Well, you know, well, what if they open, it's identified there is a safety issue, we want to put in safety measure. So could we instead just add at the end of 3, should it be needed?
well, I guess that's, they can always come back and tell us there's a problem.
Just Mayor, what we didn't ask was what would be other alternatives for safety measures that could be introduced there, because you're obviously concerned about the cost of the safety measures.
It's not,
And
I'm concerned about one thing, the cost, but I'm more concerned that we're solving a problem we don't know we have. So why are we spending money on something that we don't actually have a problem? Like, until we have a problem, we don't have a problem.
So you're suggesting through this that you're just effectively monitoring the speed as well as part of your...
Well, if we have a problem, we'll fix it. But that's an opportunity that staff will come back to us and tell us that we have a safety problem that we need to fix, and we can make a decision at that point. I'm very open to that because I don't want to affect safety, but you know, we're saying we think we're going to have a problem, we're going to put in traffic calming measures, which, you know, as I said before, what we know about speed bumps and buses is they don't go well together, so we're potentially causing another problem, and we may not even have a problem that we're solving. So, you know, if we're talking about nice to haves and need to haves, this is very much a nice to have because we don't actually have a problem yet. So that's my view, sorry.
No, and I think that's effectively you as the mover speaking to your motion. But if there's any more you'd like to add, and then I will ask the seconder if he would like to speak now or later. But are you happy with that as your summation? Councillor Crowther, you'll hold. So, open to debate. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Can't really agree with the Mayor. How many chances at safety do you get? The first thing that might happen is someone gets run over. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't support the changes on this. We've had staff look at it. They've made a recommendation, taking into account the safety issues that they potentially foresee. The risk is too high for my liking.
Councillor Baker.
Yeah, if it honestly wasn't about safety, I would probably tend to agree with you, Mahe. But because it's to do with safety, and I know the community quite intimately, having grown up there once upon a time, ironically kicking rugby balls to oncoming cars, unfortunately. But I know for a fact that we have high foot traffic of kids from the schools that I had mentioned earlier that cross from Wickham Street over to Haukore or onto Haidini to get up to Stevens or Tamahika, that I would hate for us to respond to an accident rather than be proactive to prevent something. I do feel like our staff are hearing that if we can minimise costs but still deliver on safety, then we can do that. But taking the safety calming measures out from the outset, cripples the integrity of the trial, as well as ultimately the safety of our kids, who are the most important and the most frequent users of Haidini Street. So I can't support the recommendation as it stands.
Councillor Kurak.
Nothing more really to add, other than a suggestion to put, if identified as being necessary. So yeah, I can't support it as it is, but feeling the mood of the room, I don't think there's too much support. So could I suggest just changing that to including 3 with at the end, if deemed necessary, allow for a bit of flexibility rather than coming back to council. But in terms of, if you are going to suggest a change in terms of B1, to include for a minimum 3-month period, so that allows for an extension to 6 as been suggested by other members. I'll just leave it at that.
I'm happy to take that feedback, and I guess with 3, leave it in if required. But I'd like to see whether there's a problem before we actually spend money on fixing something we don't actually understand. And that's what a trial's about, is understanding all the issues. If Councillor Crowther...
I guess my view on it is that I'm loath to support this investment with speed bumps because it's a critical public transport route, and it will need to be a critical public transport route for the next 5 years, or we're going to have chaos. So given that, I'm be fairly confident we're going to have complaints from people in that area if we put the buses through there in the volume that I think we're going to need to put them through at critical times. Now, in terms of the safety, there's over the past 20 years, there's been one serious crash there. Now, that sounds like that could be an issue, but compared to, if you look at the map, which I've just done again, compare it to most, you pick any, 100 places across the city, and just almost randomly you come to a worse scenario for crashes. So it's a very low history before we closed it off, this is. Of course, since it's been closed off, there's also no accidents. Well, I think it isn't. I think it was 2019 was the injury. I don't know when was the, it was around, it may have even been after it was closed off, the accident. But you then look at what the morning peak, like when the kids, I think it's a huge issue. I'm fully supportive of having safety for children. So I look at that on the school time going to school. That won't be happening because it'll be closed. After school, there won't be much volume there from my understanding based on the past usage of that road at that time, because I was followed pretty closely when council considered the volumes at that time. So there won't be a significant safety issue for kids coming home on that side, presumably walking, cycling, etc., when the cars are going on another route. You then get left with weekends, and for me, there's this issue of which is, what are we trying to address here? If we're really worried about safety on this area, I'm happy to go with the council on that, but I really think we need to then lift the game on the genuinely dangerous areas that are proven, life-threateningly dangerous in other parts of our city that have higher volumes of school kids exposed over the period of a week to that danger. So I think I'm just trying to keep it a bit in perspective, and I'm concerned at the consequences of putting those speed bumps in, and if there are other safety, lower cost safety processes that could take place, that I'm open to that. But I guess I support the Mayor's general direction, which is to actually figure out what the problem is, what's the legal requirement, what's the proven evidence showing we need, and then make a decision at that point, as opposed to putting a dollar sign up there, which we're kind of, I guess, signing off on. So, I'll leave it up to you, Mahe, to work out how we do it.
just wondering, Mayor, if, Mike, if you're able to come, I nearly asked this question, but there'd been so many. If there are other speed calming options as an alternative that either satisfy the flavour of something cheaper or not necessarily the bumps that may have another impact. So just to you for...
The short answer is yes, there are. And they'll be more contemporary in nature, safe hit posts and the like. We can do chicanes and other things like that. But I think that's one of the reasons we want to move to the next phase is to do that. And the considerations around buses is absolutely noted. You know, they do not like them at the same time. So hence why we use the idea about speed calming. And so it leaves us with a toolbox of things to do. But absolutely, we can go towards the temporary end and towards the permanent as well. But hearing the conversations today, we understand which way we should be going.
Thank you. So, Mayor, does that inform your thinking a bit?
No. You know, we've heard this morning Harbour Drive, right? We have an issue we need to solve. You know, why are we spending money on something we don't even have an issue with? If we have an issue, I'm all for solving it and I'm all for safety. But we do not know that there is a safety issue and we are throwing $70,000 of ratepayers' money because we think that we may have a problem. You know, as you know, Councillor Crowther, and we don't always agree, but Councillor Crowther said we have priorities, and you know, let's build a pedestrian crossing somewhere, or let's fix Harbour Drive where we actually have a serious issue that we know exists, rather than throwing money after something that we might have a problem. Now, if we have a problem, I am 100% happy to invest in this because we actually have something we need to solve. But you know, this is what we have to start doing, is prioritising where our money goes. And I'm not prepared on something that we have no evidence that we're going to have a safety issue, that we're going to put money into it because we might. You know, I like to work more on facts, and I think, you know, it's a very clear one for me. It's not necessarily about the money. It's you know, if we've got a problem, let's solve it. But if we don't, let's not throw money after something that may or may not happen.
Thank you for that. I'll ask you a quick question back just to get some clarity maybe for other members. So in terms of if you are prepared to accept the if required into this, how will that be satisfied? If the seconder has sort of left it back to you,
yeah,
and we're still discussing that. So what would be the criteria? Because we need to make that decision.
Yeah, so obviously we're going to start a trial, and if it was discussed that during, like, you know, the first week of that trial, we had cars racing down there at 100 km an hour, and you know, we had feedback from the community that you know, there was a real risk to life, then absolutely I'm prepared to do it then. But you know, this is, as we've just heard from Councillor Crowther, which makes some really good points, during when the kids are going to school, this is closed, so there is no issue. When the kids are coming home, like we're talking about doing a tidal flow on Turret Road 15th, because all the traffic in the afternoon is coming the other way, not going down that way. So, you know, that's where I see a very limited effect. We've heard from Councillor Crowther, there was one incident in this area. So, you know, that's all that is fact, and that is the stuff that we're saying, you know, there hasn't been an issue in the past, but now we're imagining that there's suddenly going to be an issue. You know, people, I don't even know if you're going to use this, because people like Links Ave, they're scared of going that way because they're not sure when they can use it, so they don't use it at all. So, you know, I think let's get some facts in front of us, know there's a problem before we actually spend ratepayers' money, and maybe we can prioritise that somewhere else. There is real need and there is real problems that we need to solve.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we've got real clarity from your words there. So we have, and the seconder has spoken to close, so we have the motion here in front of us. Sorry, Councillor Rose Boom. Apologies. Twice.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to say that I was going to endorse the Mayor's original proposal. let's not try and solve a problem we don't have until we know we actually have a problem.
And the wording he said post that in terms of the criteria around that, you're happy? Councillor Kurak, I'll go to you first.
I think Councillor Rosenboom, the words "if required" would cover off your issue there. But in supporting the resolutions, but I suggest, in 4, to revert back to the original because it says a cost up to. So if it's deemed necessary after the first week and we identify the safety issue, then we might need to spend more than 40. But the original 4 accommodates that work in case if it does need to be, if it does need to happen. Would you be happy to revert back to the up to 110? Because otherwise they can be coming back to us and saying we need more money.
Yeah, I guess I'd prefer to do that, and the fact that gives us a gateway to make a decision that we've got a problem we need to solve, we need to spend some money on it. Yeah, but...
Okay, so we're taking that back out of...
No, just leave it as is. I'm quite comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Baker, so that means the mover will get the right to close after Councillor Baker, and then we'll move to the vote.
Ai, kia ora tātou. I have a foreshadowed amendment. I have an amendment that I would like to add. We can chuck it up. Oh, I'll read it out. There it is. Yeah. So for staff to develop a resident-only option with associated costs and be brought back to the City Delivery Committee for consideration when the trial data is reported back. So this particular amendment doesn't implicate any kind of additional costs beyond staff time and investment, as I understand, based on what Mike had shared in his kōrero with us earlier. But this kind of really speaks to the people who have been most impacted and will be most impacted by, one, the decision to have closed the Haidini lane a few years back, and the immediate residents who will be impacted by this change for some or the reverting back for others. It also acknowledges the position of, obviously, of mana whenua who brought this kaupapa to the table way back when. And if you go through kind of the old, the minutes and even some of our current reports reads to the fact that, mana whenua and the residents in particular have been significantly impacted by the changes on both ends of the journey of the Haidini slip lane. For me personally, I had the real fortunate privilege to be able to be quite involved in this particular project. I was involved in several meetings with mana whenua of Auntie Irene and Uncle Pio, Uncle Merv. I went to we had 2 community engagement pop-up sessions, one in the day, one in the evening, and I got to go to the playground there at Haukori that we get to upgrade in the near future. And then I got to do some door knocking on a couple of occasions with one of our staff members, Kurt, out the back. But also during my campaign, I heard quite loudly from residents within the area how important this is. And I guess speaking to a bit of the data, what was interesting and will be interesting to also understand once the trial's done is the position of residents who have been there forever, who knew what it was like, and those that have moved in, because there was quite a stark, anecdotally anyway, there was quite a stark contrast with residents that I spoke to who had moved into Haidini in about the last 3 years, and those that have been there for a lot longer. And the ones that had been there for 3 years who have only ever known it the way it is, we're quite in favour of keeping it that way. But obviously the data reads that 80% of those the residents are generally keen from a trial, and I think it's safe to assume that most of those are people who have been in Haidini for a very long time. So I do want to acknowledge our staff on how proactive we were with engagement on this matter. I know that there were some kind of criticisms, and I myself pushed back on why we kept it quite intimate with just Haidini. But obviously the purpose for that was because this is the community that was going to be most impacted by this decision. So not only did we just do the usual letter drops, but we also got to door knocking, which was a really cool experience as well. Yeah, I mean, I probably can't express it enough. Like, our kids are our priority here, and if you know Haidini Street, you've got Haidini Street here, you've got Haukore and Wickham, which is probably the biggest area of concern that I have. And one of the examples of speed calming measures that was suggested to me was just the narrowing of the road. So we're not necessarily talking about speed bumps, but just the narrowing of the road to encourage people to slow down, which is often the case with that kind of measure, which I'll definitely be in favour of. But yeah, so this kind of, yeah, I'll keep it to this particular kaupapa. To see, this acknowledges, the people who brought this back to the table for council and commission to consider. It also acknowledges the other residents who were generally in favour of keeping it closed and or just the residents only. Again, this is at no additional cost other than staff time to be brought back as an option, as well as provides TCC or us as council as a mechanism that acknowledges our lessons learned from Links Ave as well. Do I need a song to finish that off? No, we're good.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. So he's effectively spoken to his amendment, but I will need to ask if there is a seconder. We have a seconder in Councillor Morris, so now we need to debate and vote on this specific amendment, whether it will be included in the substantive. Open the floor. Councillor Morris, a seconder. You have the right, obviously, to speak now, or?
I think it's a very simple exercise, and if it satisfies my colleague from Welcome Bay, Haidini, which is important, then I'm all for it.
Deputy Mayor.
I also think it's, when reading the paper, this was something that came out as a something that people did want, and I think it's a sensible addition to make, so I also support it.
Member Rolleston Steed.
Yeah, I tautoko it as well, and I'm mindful that Mike did mention that he will resume engagement with Ngāti Ahi, irrespective of whether or not the peak times of kids travelling to and from school tangi occur all the time. I used to live there, we used to play on the road. That's a reality, so I do hope that our staff will continue to engage with mana whenua. Kia ora.
Sorry, apologies. The amendment I will read, see for staff to develop a resident-only option with associated costs to be brought back to the City Delivery Committee for consideration when the trial data is reported back. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Councillor Roseboom. That is carried, so it now becomes part of the substantive. And there's been plenty of... Councillor Crowther, have you had
I think it's a point of order. That I just wanted to, understanding orders, my learned colleague has told me it's 26.2D, that I'd like to correct myself, that I misrepresented myself previously on one thing. So just to be clear, the crash I referred to, the injury crash, was not actually when the road was open, it was when the road was closed. So there have been 2 serious injury crashes there in the last 20 years, but both were since the closure of the road, and it's only since it's bus only. And so just, yeah, no evidence that I've seen of any crashes, serious or fatal crashes along there when it was open.
Thank you, Councillor Crowther, for that clarification. So I'm looking around the room. There's no further debate. I will leave it to you, Mr. Mayor, if you would like to sum up before the vote.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think this is around, I'm all for safety and I'm all for solving problems we do have, but solving problems that we may not have, I'm not a fan of, because that to me is a waste of money. So, I think this is a good opportunity to trial something which is supported by the community, and if we have an issue, then we support investment in fixing that. But if we don't have an issue, then we haven't wasted the money and we can reallocate that somewhere else. So that's that's where we're at, and look forward to seeing it hopefully go through.
Great summation. So I'll now put that to the vote. I think we've had a good look at, so we'll not read it, and we'll take it all as is. So all those in favour? Those against? Councillor Taylor.
Everyone else is for?
Everyone else is for. The motion is carried. Thank you. We have just clocked past 11 a.m. It's 11:12. I suggest we'll take a 10-minute break and resume at 11:23. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Take our chairs. Okay, we're just waiting on the Mayor, but we will get started. Item 9.3, major projects update transport for the public. This is page 57, and the floor is yours. Welcome.
Yeah, Morena elected members and tangata whenua Representative Rolleston Steed. So this major transport projects update report provides a specific update on the major projects due to their value, complexity and risk profile. So proposed largely to take the report as read, but just as a quick summary, the construction of the Papamoa East Interchange and the State Highway 29 Tariko enabling works are currently progressing on time and within budget. And we're currently targeting opening of the Papamoa East Interchange eastbound off-ramp from the Tauranga Eastern Link to Papamoa East in late August. Also, just acknowledging the procurement process for the 15th Ave to Welcome Bay project is continuing on schedule with further design works including bridge assessment and the validation around the Haidini bridge plan from later this year once our ECI partner's on board and we can kick into that design. So you propose to take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Councillor Morris.
Sorry, that's the eastbound off-ramp and eastbound on-ramp as well, or is it just one of them?
It's proposed as the eastbound off-ramp only. Due to the some of the complexities with the construction works ongoing, it would have created an impediment to the ongoing construction if we'd also opened up the on-ramp at this point in time. So it is proposed that just the off-ramp.
Do we have an ETA on the on-ramp?
At this point, at this stage, we're proposing that's opened with the full interchange. But we will look to further investigate those opportunities for the on-ramp as well as we progress through the back end, and particularly once the main bridge works are done, we may have an opportunity. Okay. But that's something at this stage we didn't want to compromise the construction to facilitate that.
Tangata whenua member, Rolleston Steed.
Kia ora. I'm mindful that there wasn't really any perspective around the Te Ao Māori approach, and understand that it's probably because there's a conglomerate of different projects. But just wondering about, in particular, the State Highway 29 enabling works in Tauriko. Now, I'm mindful that engagement, particularly with TCC, was previously under Te Kawairopu, which has recently been disestablished. Do you know what mechanisms are in place now to ensure that those impacted iwi are still being engaged with on that particular project?
Yes, so that project has a specific tangata whenua working group established, which is still ongoing. So that's sat previously underneath the umbrella of the Te Kawairapu. But yeah, there is an ongoing mana whenua group with the relevant iwi hapu representatives still, and that engagement has been quite constructive throughout the development of that project, and yeah, continues to be a good working relationship.
Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Chris. Thanks for the report. This Patmar East Interchange, that's predominantly a TCC project with a bit of help from NZTA?
Yeah, correct. TCC are the lead delivery agent, with obviously some NZTA co-funding.
And supplementary to that. So the early opening of it is entirely an NZTA, TCC Council, our decision process?
Obviously, it ties in with the state highway, so there is an NZTA decision-making component attached to that. But they have supported the early opening, and you know, it's been put forward from a council perspective, and NZTA have reviewed and supported the current early opening proposal.
Yeah. So this is just a quick summary. I suggest the Mayor get out in front of this and take. And this is our thunder at opening early. This is a Tauranga City Council project. We're running it. It's our thunder, and the Mayor should be in front of this project, and our local MP can get his nose out of our trough.
Thank you, Councillor Roseboom. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, Chris.
Timestamp that.
In general terms, and particularly in regards to 15th turret, how are we at various levels of councils interacting with the regional council? Because I know it's early days, but these projects tend to have a habit of moving, you know, all of a sudden at a bit of pace, and we're going to need a lot of thinking through of what happens at the regional council end. So I guess to address that at the staff level, at the, maybe for Nick, you know, at the sort of GM level, but also at the, from our point of view, we don't have any particular idea of what's coming at us from a governance level, and when we will be working through those relationship issues to try to encourage support for public transport outcomes that we're looking for on those projects.
Yep, that's a good question. So obviously they've been well involved through the concept development and the detailed business case work to date. There's been a lot of work with the regional council in terms of the proposed concept. The engagement at the moment is kind of in a holding pattern. We're not, things aren't actively progressing, but we are anticipating as we get towards the back end of this year, absolutely that's going to ramp up. So at the moment there's project staff level working groups of which the regional council are involved in, just to make sure we stay connected and aligned with them. But yeah, as we move towards the back end of this year, we expect that to increase, and we can report back on what those engagement avenues are, both from an elected member perspective as well as at a staff level.
Maybe a more pointed question for Nick then. Is there, I guess, putting it simply, the regional council is going to need to invest more money, or someone is going to need to put in place public transport measures during this 15th turret project, from everything I can see. So should that be driven initially from the governance level? Should we be proactively engaging at that level, or are those conversations being had with the management at the regional council to know that in next year's annual plan they may need to start looking at, you know, what the funding options are for, you know, meshing their services in with our project?
Yeah, well, I think it's a good point, and I think it'll have to be a combination of the two. And we know we're not going to get funding through at a staffing level without getting the political support from the regional council. So I suggest sort of a shotgun approach to this to get as big an impact with the regional council as we can. And we have the forum of the joint committee, for instance, where we could help get some traction on that. But both levels. So it's a good point, and that's something we can take away on and come up with a tactical plan on how to progress. Thank you.
Thank you. The Mayor?
Yeah, just on the opening of the off-ramp on Papamoa East Interchange, when are we confident that that can be delivered by the end of August?
Yep, we are confident in that. Indicatively planning the week of the last week of August, just trying to settle on a day in there, but highly confident that we'll achieve that.
Great news, thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, just a bit of clarification of confusion in my head after what Councillor Morris said and the Mayor's just said. Is it an off-ramp or an on-ramp we're opening?
So the off-ramp only from the Tauranga Eastern Link into the Papamoa East.
So that's the off-ramp from Papamoa onto the TEL?
It's the off-ramp from the State Highway into the...
Sorry, just when Steve asked the question earlier, he looked like he got the wrong answer. So.
Right, looks like there's no further questions, staff, so thank you. And I now ask for a call for a mover and a seconder of the motion. Councillor Crowther and Councillor Kurek, I think I saw your hand come up. Thank you. Okay, mover does not wish to speak. Seconder does not wish to speak. Is there any debate? So then, as this is just a receive, so that the City Delivery Committee receives the report, Major Projects Update Transport. All those in favour? Against? None. That is carried. Move now to agenda item 9.4 for the public. This is page 64 of your agenda, and the resource and building consent update on performance and continuous improvement programs. And welcome staff to the table. The floor is yours. Welcome, Alex and Steve.
Kia ora koutou. Just by way of introduction, you'll remember that we presented a report to this committee at its last meeting providing an update on the performance of our consenting functions and the efforts that we have already put in place to gain some improvements. And I guess what we heard out of that was, yes, an acknowledgement of the improvements, but also a bit of encouragement, if not a challenge, to keep pushing and ensure that we are balancing our roles as regulators with a way that, in a way that enables development in the right way. So to this end, you requested a report on the efforts that we have underway to engage with the sector and continue improvements in this vein, which we've tried to provide here alongside an update of some of that data around our performance, the application volumes and the timeframes. At that last meeting, there was a recommendation adopted to provide these updates at a 6-monthly interval, which we'll continue to do. We'd also want to acknowledge that there's a heck of a lot of data to try and cram into these reports and presentations, and they may or may not always get to the nub of some of the, I guess, problems or issues that you're hearing from the community. So if there are more questions or scenarios or specific case studies that you want to dig into, perhaps one of the avenues for that might be a separate workshop or some more informal lines of reporting going forward in the interim to those 6 months, just to help hone those. Beyond that, we don't have a presentation, so just suggest that we take the report as read, and unless Steve's got anything to add, happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Ask members, are there any questions of staff? Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Chair. I've got about 3, if that's all right. This is around consenting predominantly due to our current version of having industrial and commercial zones, and I've had several requests from lots of business owners in different areas around the city around, can we change from an industrial rating to a commercial rating? Can we physically do that or do you require us to do something in order to allow you to enable that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, there's a couple of avenues available for that. By far the easiest is to change the city plan, change the zones to what the community and what this council wants to see happening at those locations. Easiest in terms of us then implementing that. The reality is that under a planning framework we have limited scope on what we can approve where we have a city plan telling us not to approve it. There are sometimes some things you can jump through, there are some mitigations you can put in place to enable these things, but it inherently adds a challenge, right? So, you know, on the spectrum of activities, at the lower end what we see happening in some of those industrial zones are non-complying activities. So they're not prohibited, which indicates they could happen, but it also indicates it's probably about as hard as possible to get over the line.
Thank you very much for that. So given what Minister Bishop said last week, that's not very helpful to us at the moment until all those new plans are actually developed on the table. On the other front, I'm getting feedback from a number of commercial industrial guys. They've been unhappy with your decision and they've gone off to MB and got a determination. MB cited on their front. Does that increase or reduce your risk appetite around the decisions that you've made? Do you reframe how you process a consent if MB's gone against your original decision?
So I guess determinations relate to the building work rather than the zoning per se. So there is a slight nuance there just to be conscious of. Absolutely, when we get a determination decision, whether that's for us or against us, although they don't describe it that way, but you know, sometimes they agree with us. We take that on board and we update our practice and procedures. What's important to note about determinations is they are not judicial, so they only have a relatively small scope of impact, and they are always intentionally written to only have impact on that particular site. But where they sort of go broader than that and where they give us guidance and where they identify things we've done wrong or could do better, we of course take those on board.
Thank you very much. And it would be a lot easier if MB took on the risk element as well. It would make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? And I did have one more. To be a little bit more enabling, I understand you've got an engagement process that you've got with everyone that wants a consent and they're happy to talk to you. If they run into an issue, because I'm getting lots of correspondence around challenging timeframes, what's some way we can make it more engaging to get a more positive outcome for all those businesses that wish to set up shop in Tauranga? Have you got any ideas of how we can make it the engagement process easier to get an easier and quicker outcome?
Yeah, it's a tricky one to try and figure out the right way to go about that, right? So at the moment, I guess the easiest thing is we have an open door and open lines of communication, and we're here to talk. We are trying to continually beef up our engagement with the development sector and build those relationships up further and further. We have some forums that we can talk to and talk with in that development sector at a more strategic level, some of those that operate on behalf of sectors as opposed to specific groups, and may have a bit of a tap into that. But at the end of the day, we're open to all those opportunities to continue building that.
Yes, I'll allow it.
Thank you, Chair. Very generous. In relation to RFIs, when you see one and you stop the clock, do we keep a measure of the total length of days? I know you're still legally within your 28 days, but what's the total number of days if you have a succession of RFIs? Do we keep track of how that and how we can reduce that?
In the building consent space, absolutely, and we often report on that as well. So it's at the moment we're sitting something around 30 elapsed days, which if you think 20 statutory days, that's effectively 10 days where it's sitting on the other side. Alex?
I think short answer for the resource consent is ditto. I think we're sort of 35 to 40 elapsed days once you've taken those RFIs. But yes, we do report that and have that available.
The Mayor and then the Deputy Mayor.
Yes, unfortunately I lost most of my comments, and the good thing from your perspective is they were very positive, so thank you. I think
stop you there?
it's not always something we say for consents. Just a couple of points to point out. Paragraph 23, the early allocation. Allocating that at day 5 rather than day 10. Those things are all things that are really positive steps. And I really thank you for responding and trying to get better. I guess, looking at all this, including that 10 to 5 days, but looking at all these numbers, from the surface, they look great. And that's everything's going in the right direction. Things are coming down. So that's fantastic. We look forward to now seeing that flow through in the feedback that we get. We're on the right track. I guess my question really is around going forward. Obviously, at the moment, we're in a fairly low state of consents. And, are you confident that we can I guess, ramp it up and be able to maintain those standards? Once the economy turns around, we start getting flooded again back to our consent sort of numbers that we've had over the probably 3 or 4 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Short answer is yes, I think we can be confident, but it's something that we don't want to take for granted. So we acknowledge that we are performing really well now while things are at a lower ebb than they historically have been. But we like to hope that the steps that we have put in place to achieve that are extendable. We still have a lot of capacity in our system in terms of the processing consultants we can draw on. We're not using those at the moment, but we have them waiting in the wings. And I guess we just have to keep working on that efficiency piece and it'll all multiply upwards. So that's our view on it.
And just to follow up to that, so, has there been some quite significant process changes, to achieve these results and the improvement?
Yes and no. I'd say there's been a little bit of process change, a little bit of direction and cultural change as well that's achieved that. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So just, I think it was discussed when you brought this to the previous delivery committee, just in terms of a couple of examples where somebody had pulled out of a consent because it was just too hard dealing with TCC, and another where they were on their second appeal against TCC, having had MB support twice. Are we able to get reports of the numbers of consents that are started and then pulled out for any reason, and the number that you are appealing where MB has made a decision, please?
Absolutely can get you some reporting on it, but at a high level there are so the volume of consents that are withdrawn, we're bringing in about 2,000 consents. I would hazard a guess the withdrawals might be 20 at most, so it's a relatively very small proportion. We currently have no determination applications sitting with MB, and we only have the one appeal of a determination that's sitting with the district court.
Okay, so the fact that I know about one in the Mount and Councillor Roseboom is possibly aware of one, they're the only two that are there.
The one that Councillor Roseboom's referring to is one that is in history, has been and gone.
It would just be sensible, it is quite a big thing, it would be sensible to have that as a standard reporting item on your report if we could have, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'll note that. Councillor Rolleston and then Councillor Kurak.
Thank you for the report. Question and then a follow-up if there is an answer is yes. We're tracking the number of consents on Māori-owned land, and if so, do you know where that's trending?
I'd need to have a look at what we can do there. I don't know that we necessarily have that filter in our system that would let us pick up on that, but we might be able to do something creative there, so I'd need to have a look at that and come back to you.
That's an action you'd like? Yeah. Thank you, noted. Correct.
Thank you. Further to Deputy Mayor's request for further information in the next report, could we have some of the larger scale projects, which might only be 2 or 3% or whatever, and just a bit of general reporting on how they're going, because they're probably more significant in terms of the impact on the community or the city, and it'd just be interesting to get to monitor those a little bit. And also, one feedback is that sometimes TCC refuse to accept applications. What is some of the reasoning around those sort of rejections? Is it because there's a lack of information or the quality of the reports? Because I think that does annoy, applicants.
I hope you're asking that question because you recently read our Tauranga Toolbox edition where we published the most common reasons for refusal. So if you haven't, go sign up to the Tauranga Toolbox and you can receive a 6-weekly edition of it. One of the versions there, one of the reasons was an out-of-date certificate of title. Another sort of reason is plans and documentation that doesn't match. So if you submit it for 123 Brown Street and it's actually 125 Brown Street, those are the 2 single biggest reasons for consents to be rejected. It's just poor document management.
Great, thank you.
Tangata whenua, Member Rolleston Steed.
Thanks, Alex and co. I'm looking at your excellent graph on meeting your KPI targets, and you guys are just smashing your statutory timeframe, so that's awesome. My question/comment probably dovetails from Councillor Rolleston's request around that whenua Māori building consent process, and I see the opportunity, or potentially the need, particularly with the new RMA reforms coming through, and I think I may have mentioned at the previous City Delivery Committee meeting where the opportunity there under those new RMA reforms, for permitted activities around residential builds will potentially unlock for tangata whenua a lot of opportunities to start building, and so that's where you may start to get a little bit more of a trajectory there. But just a quick question around the FTAA. Are you guys tracking that? And I'm mindful that these are projects of either regional or national significance and maybe few and far between, but are those FTAA projects being tracked separately, or are there any?
So yes, we are tracking them. To be honest, they kind of just come in when they come in, but we're trying to make sure we have those early conversations with the applicants and the owners who have already been flagged. We've had 2 come through formally at the moment, one being for Stellar Passage with the Port of Tauranga, another being around the Omanawa Hydro scheme, which we are, with due respect, a bit part because we're only on the fringes of that, and the majority of that's in the Western Bay. But the process itself requires a level of consultation with district councils, so that's kind of our trigger, and we've just built a process to make sure that when those come in, we have a plan for how we as an organisation respond to that.
Oh, thanks, Alex. It would be great if maybe when we do get them through, that would be cool to see some of those, because it kind of gives us a little bit of headwind on what's happening, and we've got regional deals coming and all of that sort of thing. Thank you.
So thanks, staff. We can action that. Yeah, that's great. Any more questions of staff? If not, thank you, gentlemen, and I ask for a mover and a seconder. Moved by the Mayor and seconded by Councillor Roseboom.
I just want to reiterate my comments before. Look, it's great to see some response, I guess, to something that has been a real bugbear of council is dealing with consents. All the numbers pointing in the right direction, which I'm really happy to see. As I said, I'd love to see some of the feedback now from the community to see whether the numbers match the feeling out there. But take it at face value. and just thank the team for moving in the right direction. And the challenge is to keep those high standards up now, continue to find that continuous improvement, so that we are moving towards becoming the best consenting authority in the country, and one that we get much more compliments for than complaints. So I just encourage the team to continue the good work, and I look forward to seeing that. I do note, there's consents that are refused. There's also consents that just do not meet the standard, and I'm very encouraging and supportive of the team to continue to push back on those, because that helps the efficiency of the organisation. And this is a partnership. If you're applying for a consent, get it right the first time, and actually your pathway will be a lot easier if all the information required is contained in that first consent, and it's not sent back to you because you've put in poor documentation. So I think it is a partnership where we work together, but very happy that we seem to be moving in the right direction at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will just ask the seconder, do you wish to speak or reserve your right?
No, I'd just like to comment and support the words of the Mayor. The team's doing a great job. We obviously only get to hear about the ones that have difficulty and want to express their disappointment with how our system is working, but we need to bear all those different consents in mind when we're making a decision, and support the team and what they're trying to achieve. I agree that we are getting better, but some of our Tauranga public and developers need to work a little bit better in putting a more robust consent in, and possibly take some of the blame themselves for not getting it quite right. But we'll see, work on that, but definitely need to work better on getting the right zone in the right place for the right development. So disappointed that we have to halt the plan change at the moment, but definitely something I want to look at going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Roseburn. I'll just now open the motion up for discussion and debate. Is there any discussion? Councillor Taylor, and then followed by the Deputy Mayor.
There was some discussion earlier about current performance is improving, and obviously on the low numbers of building consents that we're putting out, and the potential that we can rely on contractors when things get busier. I just foreshadow a warning that potentially when we are busy, everyone else in the country is busy, those contractors could well get their capacity sucked up pretty quickly. So that's something we need to be aware of as we go forward, that that capacity that we're banking on might not actually be there when we need it.
Thank you, Chair. I think I support the positive comments, the report is showing improvements. I probably was a little bit concerned that there haven't been changes in process, because I think what we heard as we came into this role was we really needed a change, how things were done in the building consent process. We have heard a lot of negative feedback and do continue to hear that, and I think it makes me a little bit nervous that we're saying, yep, okay, absolutely, let's keep improving, but also I just want to suggest we actually still have to keep questioning our processes and making sure they're good. I am still certainly hearing that we are a long way from the Mayor's ambition of being the best consenting council in New Zealand, and I guess I would encourage anyone listening or anyone sharing this conversation to say we do need to hear from people that are struggling or feeling that these excellent results are not what they're feeling on the ground, because otherwise it's quite difficult to judge the performance. But at face value, it's really positive, but I think it's just something we do want to keep questioning process, because that's what we understood was an issue in terms of delivery from our consenting sector, and we just need to make sure going forward when as Councillor Taylor says, we get back to great growth in Tauranga, that we can manage that and we continue getting good results out of that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I just noticed that the title of the paper too is the Continuous Improvement Program. So we trust that that is part of an ongoing efforts by staff in that area to keep improving and consents. If there's any no further debate, and the Mayor, you're happy you've spoken. So I will now put the recommendation that the City Delivery Committee receives the report Resource and Building Consent Update on Performance and Continuous Improvement Programs. All those in favour? Those against? None. The recommendation is carried. The motion is carried. Thank you. Now we move on to agenda item number 9.5, Local Government Funding Agency, Final Statement of Intent, 2025 to 2028, and that is on page 75 of our agendas. And I welcome, she's already here, Caroline, welcome.
Hi, kia ora koutou, elected members, tangata whenua representative, Rolleston Steed. So I'll do a brief intro and then we'll take questions. So the Local Government Funding Agency, they've confirmed their final statement of intent for 2025 to 28. Their final statement is aligned to their purpose, their values, and also their strategic priorities, which is on pages 2 to 4 of their final statement. And it's also aligned to the feedback from the Shareholder Council and the letter of expectation that the board received last November. Overall, the LGFA has confirmed their commitment to the local government sector in terms of providing long-term funding, as well as assistance with the local water done well reform. They have a total of 21 KPIs, so that's an extra KPI from their draft statement. The extra KPI is the inclusion of the Future Director program. This is an 18-month program, and they've just recently announced their new Future Director, starting 1st of August, Mr. Bruce Allen, who is the current Deputy CE of Hastings District Council. And I think I'll hand over to Paul, who's going to talk a bit about the paragraphs 10, 11 and 12 of my cover report. Over to you, Paul.
Really just to recognise 3 areas that the Local Government Funding Agency has just highlighted, those being around forecast uncertainty. So that's something that's been in their statement of intent for quite some time, reflecting just the uncertain nature of both the setting of capital programs and the delivery of capital programs, and therefore the funding requirement that actually flows through to the LGFA. The other needs no introduction is around local water done well and the impact of changes over the country in terms of the introduction of different water delivery models. And then the third is the ratepayer assistance scheme, which we've brought to council in the past and is now moving forward following its funding approval from other councils. So that last one isn't included in the forecast at this point in time, but the LGFA are heavily involved in the setup of that scheme. So take any questions.
Councillor Taylor.
Just on that last one, Paul, the ratepayer assistance scheme, looking forward to the implementation of that, is there any time frame sort of mooted on how long that's going to take to get off the ground?
I will bring it back in a little bit more detail. So the working group had its first meeting last week. The first step was to get the funding confirmed across the country. That was actually oversubscribed slightly, which was good. So that means it is full steam ahead. That group is established, and one of the first things we bring that program and timelines together, so we can report that back as soon as we have it from them.
Deputy Mayor.
Just a question on the setup of LGFA and our shareholding. We just had a comment about the fact that the Mount Moa was actually on the cover of the report, which we were impressed about. But does the 8.3% shareholding, does that ever change when councils get bigger or smaller or need more or less debt? Is there any opportunity ever to change shareholding?
It is. It's a shame Sherry's not here to confirm, or Catherine, but it is in the founding documents effectively is what that says. So it would require an amendment through to the founding documents.
Okay, so it's pretty much,
it's pretty locked and loaded.
Yeah, okay, locked and loaded, thank you.
No, appear to be no further questions of staff, so I will now ask for a mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor has moved and Councillor Crowther second. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Crowther, is there any open for any discussion, debate? There being none, I now put the following motion to be voted on. That the City Delivery Committee, A, receives the report Local Government Funding Agency, final statement of intent 2025 to 2028. B, receives the LGFA's final SOI, statement of intent 25 to 28, and receives the LGFA's letter to its shareholders on its final statement of intent for 25-28. All those in favour? Those against? Being none, that is carried. Thank you. Sorry, we now move to item 9.6, Action and Investment Plan Operational Expenditure for 2025-26 on page 96 of your agenda. And welcome, Christine.
Afternoon, councillors. So this report gives an overview of the action and investment plans that were adopted by the previous council, which was the Commission. It gives an overview of the operational expenditure and the asset and action and investment plans. This relates only to operating costs, so capital costs aren't included because you're getting separate reports on capital investment, and it only relates to actions for which Tauranga City Council is the lead agency. So in the action investment plans, there are also other agencies. So this outlines each of the key actions and what's currently included in the budget. So that was what was in the approved budget and gives you a bit of an overview of what they're about. If you've got specific questions on individual items in there, it's probably best directed to the relevant general manager. So you'll see in the attachment it specifies which general manager's portfolio the particular expenditure investment relates to, and they'll be able to give you a bit more information on each of those. Happy to answer any questions. There is an upcoming workshop around strategies and action and investment plans, so I wasn't proposing to go over that. That is coming up, I think, later this week or next week.
Thank you. Questions of Christine, Deputy Mayor?
So thank you, Christine. So just in terms of the comment, so if we've got detailed questions, we can share them. So what are we asking from this paper if we're not asking questions? So this is just we're just receiving this as an update, but it's giving us the opportunity, giving us some things that we can ask directly with the general managers on.
Correct, and I think there were some questions I'd received previously around elected members trying to understand how action investment plans flow into budgets, and we explained that while there are a series of actions in there, it's not until they actually get funded through the annual plans that they come through, and that not everything in the action and investment plans was funded. So there was a question about actually what is funded. So this report was trying to respond to that to give you some clearer information on the specific actions that were funded within the approved budgets.
And so if there was a concern or a feeling that a budget was too low or too high, what's the process that is then debated, please?
You could raise it here, or you could identify that there's a few that you want to have a further conversation with the General Manager, and then it could come back for a further conversation. So, yeah, unless otherwise directed, these budgets would be progressed, or if there's some external circumstances why it's not appropriate, you've given us a clear steer about value for money, and there's clearly some things happening at a national level that some things don't make sense to proceed with anymore, and so the general managers involved will be making those calls. But other than that, it's the approved budget and it will be invested. So if you've got a level of concern or question about anything, would be an appropriate time to raise it.
That's great, thank you. And I think it's a good thing for us just to be aware of that and think about a process that we follow to have a look at that.
Councillor Taylor.
Take on board what you said, that we're going to have some more work on this coming forward. Just a general question. These things are numbered. I can see the last one on the list is 922. What's the total number, and are there any that are sort of dead and those numbers wouldn't apply?
I don't know what the total number is off the top of my head. There are some that were, as you described, dead or no longer applicable because the world's moved on or are complete. And we do regular reporting and monitoring. And I can't remember when the last one was, a few months ago, I think. June was, so they do come to you regularly with an update on where we're tracking with all of them.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thanks, Christine. In the in here, oh gosh, now my oh no, it's come back. Yeah, the item for Tauranga Climate AIP. There are a couple of quick questions. One is the Tauranga-wide carbon footprint every 2 years. With the budget allocation, we didn't seem to get it when it was due, is my understanding. Is there a time frame we're working to for that one that you know of?
I think that's in Nick's portfolio, probably best to respond.
So is the question around the expenditure or the timeline for that?
Whoops. I guess what I'm thinking is there was an allocation last year as well for it, as my recollection, and I thought it was due last year, but it's because it's meant to be every 2 years. I'm just wondering if there's some relationship factor for that. In other words, Bay of Plenty Regional Council normally takes the lead. So are we waiting for them? Is it likely to be done this year?
I'd have to get back to you on that, but I do know that it is ongoing, but I haven't got a cut-off or where it's at the moment.
Okay. And I guess the other question that you might want to answer, Nick, is the allocation of various, using that as an example of various components to a particular AIP as opposed to something that's more general. So, for instance, if you look at the top of page 105, 739, there's urban design panel looking at various things around housing density. I mean, there's so much overlap with various, aspects here that I'm just trying to understand, and it's going back perhaps to Rod's point, to Councillor Taylor's point, that in order for us to sort of have some kind of governance overview of it, how do you, maybe using that as an example, determine that should be, say, in the climate AIP instead of some other AIP, or not in an AIP at all?
Yeah, we'd be happy with any suggestions as to, if you want to put it somewhere else. This is obviously how the decisions were made when we put the AIP together, was to put it under climate. But like a lot of the other ones, if you just go down that list, for instance, the next couple are associated with wastewater. Whether they sit in wastewater or in the climate one, it's up for debate. But just in terms of what these do achieve, which are in the carbon footprint or in the emission space, built carbon, etc., it was felt that the investment per se should sit within the climate remit.
Just supplementary. I'm very happy with that answer. I think the question probably for us at a governance level is how we can track and provide any useful oversight on it. And I think maybe other members might have ideas also around that we can look at.
Yeah, and I guess that is the reporting back here, isn't it? Like closing these out and reporting back on the value that we do generate from these, many of which are investigations.
Thank you, Councillor Crowther. Any further? Councillor Currak.
Christine, the workshop that's coming up, are you able to give us some idea of some of the content or the outcomes you're seeking from that workshop, or is it for information only? And look through the list. Councillor Taylor and I counted 69 items, so that it wouldn't be such a big job as you indicated, being 922, because as Christine said, it was a lot of those have been dropped off.
Yeah, the upcoming workshop is more around the strategic framework, so it was directly as a request from elected members to understand where the strategic framework came from, how do all the council strategies fit together, and how do they then also relate to action and investment plans. So it's just to go through and give you that introduction. My understanding is that you're having your own conversations about what you think is strategically important for the city, but if we could give you that context, then you can understand what's currently there and then form a view whether you're comfortable with some of it, none of it, you want to tweak it, whatever you might want to do. So that's the purpose of that session. I think my recollection is it's a public, it'll be, yeah, no, it's an open meeting, it's a public workshop.
No further questions. Oh, sorry. Deputy Mayor, no? Okay, that being the case, thank you very much, Christine. I now call for a mover and a seconder. Any? Councillor Crowther, second Councillor Roseboom. You wish to speak, Glenn?
I think it's just reiterating that I think we're probably all keen to just make sure we have the right amount of oversight of this, and we're probably all, I think, getting our heads around how to work through that. But I think, you know, it's a great start to have the information there like this, and looking forward to the workshop.
Councillor Roseboom's fine. Open for any debate or discussion. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. I think just in terms of, yes, having, we also had a chat about how long it probably, how much resource it takes to produce this report. And the numbers are great. It's a good, you know, we start getting that information when we have to share 120 million odd of salaries across these, sort of understanding what staff costs also are attributable to these lines. That would be the optimal way of being able to say, yes, that's a priority, because it might be quite a low budget that isn't staff, but it might be 8 staff who spend 20% of their time on it. So it's a little bit difficult when we're just given one side of the equation. So that's something we I would like to better understand, and I think I think at the workshop it would be good to talk about when, you know, the knowledge staff have of these, and the, you know, are they able to look at within their area. There's 25 that operate, and yes, they're involved in 17 of them, or they're involved in one of them. Just, you know, and it just, I don't. So that's something I think we should try to get in the workshop, because without the, you know, 120 million of staff costs, what are allocated in here versus capital projects, it's a little bit hard to be good governors.
Is it just a comment or just a general comment about including that, or being aware of it, or?
Thanks for the question. I think that's something that I'm comfortable we've got a workshop, we will pick it up, and I'm sure that's been heard, so that's where, but thank you for the question.
Appears there is no further requirement for debate, so I will put the following motion to be voted on, that the City Delivery Committee receives the report, Action and Investment Plan Operational Expenditure for 2025-2026. All those in favour? All those against? None. The motion is carried. Thank you. The time now is 12:18. Yes, we will do 9.7 now before we break for lunch. Item 9.7 is the fourth quarter and full year financial performance monitoring. It's on page 107 of your agenda. And welcome to the table, Tracy.
Hello, good afternoon. This report, I've mentioned it a couple of times in the report, but it is a very early heads up on the full year financials. At the time of writing this report, I think we were 10 days past the 30th of June. A little bit unheard of for us to be presenting numbers this early, makes me slightly nervous. But having said that, so we haven't done the detail analysis, I suppose, to make me feel super comfortable. I've done some high-level analysis, and I'm fairly confident that certainly on the business as usual aspects of this reporting, that it feels fine to me. There's nothing super unusual that's popped up. This is a companion piece to the annual report paper, which is coming at you later this afternoon. We wanted to separate out the two elements so they could each have their own separate focus, I suppose. So there's a lot of water still to go under the bridge with these financials. We'll do all of our own analysis as we go through the annual report process, and then of course audit will come in and pull everything apart. We are expecting a rating surplus based on the results that we're seeing at the moment, and we've made some recommendations in this paper as to how that might be utilised. That aside, I'll take it as read, and any questions, happy to take.
Questions of staff. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for my understanding, so if we're looking at the spreadsheet, which is on page 113 of our agenda, and that's the Statement of Comprehensive Revenue and Expenses, the last column, as it relates to the quarter 3 forecast, is that the forecast for the full financial year, or is it just the forecast to the third quarter?
That was the forecast, the full year forecast that we presented in quarter 3.
Supplementary, if I may, Mr. Chair, thanks for your indulgence. And you may not be able to answer it from a finance perspective, so I appreciate that. But the consultants and contract, I just had a look at that line, that row. There's a significant variance there from the forecast over the last 3 months, the actuals, and of 6.5 million, and we are below the approved budget but above the annual plan or the first year of the LTP. So what was a two-pronged question, if you're able to answer it, someone else may be able to or might have to come back. What drove the need to increase the spending on consultants and contractors in that last quarter, and why was it above, not the approved budget, but the annual plan? What was the driver there?
I can certainly answer part of that. The approved budget being somewhere around $5 million more than the annual plan budget, that is related to the digital SaaS increase. In terms of the large movement, if you like, for the quarter. I can't give you a definitive answer on that. We haven't done that analysis yet. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I guess overall, the financials at least are generally green, which is a positive. My question is around the annual plan, and obviously I see here, annual report, we've got a draft, but what is the process from here? And I guess it's just from our guidance around timelines, and it's probably more the written parts of that to ensure that we have the time to ensure that we have that input that we'd like to in producing that.
Oh, do you want me to answer that, Tracy? So in terms of the overall timeframes, the more complete version will come to a September City Delivery Committee, I think the September City Delivery, and then adoption is in October, which is in accordance with the overall statutory timeframes of within 4 months of year end. In terms of the question around the amount of information, the next, I'm not sure if it's the next, but a report in this agenda is bringing the first number of non-financial sections in front of council or this committee effectively in an endeavour to not bring all of it at once, so that provide some feedback on that document early in the piece, and then as other sections are completed, they will come to future committee meetings effectively for that to occur, to allow enough time for the for council and committee to be able to actually provide input back into those.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you very much for a very early report. It's good to have the time as well to look at it, and I've made, and you can probably see on Stella's, just a couple of comments in terms of when we have a table, which we've got on 3, but the comment directly below it is actually not on the table. It just, if we can, it would be always easier to say if we're commenting on a number, then it would be good to have it in the table that I would have thought is attached to it, but that's just information, the way we share information. But my question is on 6, where you've talked about the unfavourable variance of 55 million, and then said that is loss of IFF revenue for Te Manawa Take Papa, reduction in transport subsidies, and I think there was one other thing. Could you tell me what of the things you've said what they are, which make up the 55 million, please?
Yes, thanks in advance for letting me know that question was coming.
I try, but Stella often loses our comment, so we do always try, but it doesn't always let us do it.
Okay, so of that 55 million, 32.6 million was reduction in IFF revenue. Nearly 12 million was reduction in NZTA revenue. The other, I guess, large thing, which I didn't put in my report, but I can tell you, was the expected grants for the museum and the exhibition centre have been rephased over the life of those projects rather than being front-focused, as we had assumed.
Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thanks, Tracy. Quick question on, I see the finance revenue is looking a lot more positive than we thought, which is, I presume, through not spending on some CapEx or something, which has meant we've had more money to have deposited there. But when I look at the area in the revenue side, it's fees and charges. I'm just wanting to understand, are these just a combination of, relatively minor considerations which happen every year, or is there anything in particular about either the building services, wastewater or airport that we might need to look at as to why we're not getting as much as expected?
We have been reporting to you quarterly, and those those revenues have been under expectation pretty much all year. The airport, as I understand it, it is around the number of flights that we were expecting to land, basically landing fees. So there was a difference in expectation as opposed to what's happened. Building, I suppose, is the most it is the biggest part of that variance. But I'm sorry, I can't tell you particularly what drives that apart from volumes.
Yeah, I would imagine that's yes. Thank you very much for that.
Tangata whenua, member Rolleston Steed.
Just looking at the carry forwards funded from reserves component, and there's a wee bit in there. Is there a reason why some of those were carried forward? Is it because the project's not set to resume until the subsequent fiscal? I mean, like even looking at the Papakainga grant, was there no appetite at the time when it was originally available, why it's been carried over?
So those carry forwards funded from reserves, and a chunk of it is related to housing, Papakainga and community housing. There was a resolution, I feel like it was 2 or 3 years ago now, around an annual amount that would be made available in those areas, and we have been assiduously putting in budget every year for that, but those amounts have not been spent, and part of those resolutions was to make sure that those budgets were ring-fenced and carried forward. And there is additional carry forward this year to help take advantage of that funding.
Thank you. Just further to that, and could we have an action that we actually just we do get the resolution, just so we understand that fully, because I think it's a really good explanation, but that would just be really good to get the to get that confirmed, so because we will be having a discussion about what we do with surplus, and it would be good to know what's happened in the past and specifically what will be carried forward because of resolutions made previously, and we want to make sure we stick to those.
Through the Chair, if I just add to that, the reserve sections of the annual report, which you'll see in future editions, do actually have the explanation of the reserve, how it's created and what it's used for. So that will assist in that as well.
Appears there are no further questions of staff, so thank you very much for your time, and I'll now ask for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Taylor has moved. Councillor Crowther, second. Councillor Taylor.
Probably quite a lot to take in this early on in the new year, but certainly like to acknowledge staff getting something this fast to us. It's we're less than a month away from the end of the year, so well done on the work that's been put in already.
And Councillor Crowther, are you happy? Echo that. Any debate or discussion? There being none, I will put this. Actually, I will not read this one out because it's it'll take us to the afternoon. It'll take us to afternoon tea, which I'm not prepared to do. It's up on our screens there. The recommendation. I'll give you a second to read.
No changes from the recommendation.
Yes, and there are no changes. All those in favour? Those against? None. The motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so the time now is just after 12:30, 12:33. We will have a short break for lunch. We've got a little bit to get through in the afternoon, and I think we have a dead end, I think, of 3 p.m. So can we do half an hour lunch? Yes, we can. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We have a few members still to return, but there's a bit else on this afternoon, so we'll get moving. On to item 9.8 on the agenda, page 120, a presentation of draft annual report 2024-25. Invite Tracy and Josh to the table. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So we've brought the very initial draft annual report to you today to seek some feedback on what we've done so far, because the next time it would see you would be at this committee on the 2nd of September, and the audit starts on the 1st of September. So if you have any feedback today that we can take away, otherwise we have organised with Monique. If all feedback could be emailed through to her by the 1st of August, and we will do our best to incorporate that into the next version that comes to you. And did you have anything on the financials? Oh, sorry, one more thing. For the groups of activities, so we obviously didn't have all the KPI results and the financials for that. So if you use last year's as a basis, and if you want anything changed based off last year's, to give us that feedback as well from that.
Just an extension of what Josh has just said. So I'm aware with last year's annual report, councillors requested some changes to section 7, I think, which is the financials, all the deep numbers. And if you think you might want to make some additions or changes in section 7 this time round, could I ask that you look at last year's annual report, because we're currently going to present it in the same way. So any changes to that you want, could you please let us know feedback as soon as possible, so then we can make sure that that's incorporated into the September numbers that we present. Just bearing in mind the caveats included in this report around auditing of extra material, so just depending on the scale of that.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Deputy Mayor.
I'm just going to actually comment on that last comment, Tracy. So we had, so I think, are you comfortable that last year you did make all the changes we requested, or there were a couple that I thought we were a bit late in the process to get a change made? So it would be, if you don't, can we just check that those aren't still not there? And the second thing is, we have had quite a lot of discussion about headcount reporting, and now with the city operations coming in, we've we just asked for that to be able to see what that when we've increased staff from one year to the next, what portion of that was city operations, because it was quite a big number. I think the Mayor at a working group also talked about making sure we knew, we could see total FTEs and total staff over a 3-year period. But so that's just one thing. I think we definitely will have some changes in the reporting of headcount, and probably maybe it's easiest if we just sit down and talk through what I know I've heard the team say they need, because that is, in particular, that's something we just want to make sure we get right. And also making sure we've got the headcount that are capitalised still showing as headcount, and knowing what their salaries associated with that capitalising those headcount are, because otherwise you divide your salaries by the FTEs and miss out a chunk of salaries that are actually in the capital projects. You probably understand, apologies if I'm being complicated, but so that's just on that comment. I've got another one in a minute.
Mayor.
Yeah, no, thank you for that and that timeline. I guess I'm worried about that timeline as being very tight, in the fact that we would like to have a lot of input into this. This is a report that effectively we own, and want some say in that. So, I very much suggest actually, a sort of working group or that we actually work together to make sure that that is starting to talk our language. So yeah, I'm not sure why the time frame is the 1st of August, which is within a week really. We've got the end of this week plus next week, and then you're there. And whether that's a possibility, if that's the case, we need a Word version of it so we can actually go in and start tracking changes and marking it up and having. But I think what would be a better process is if we all were together and we could give some direction around what we want to see and how we want it done, knowing that effectively we're talking about early September is when we want to see that finalised. And we're not going to adopt this report until October, so therefore it's not going to be printed until October. And what the rush is now to get any feedback. But let's do this properly and get a process in place that we get what we want out of it.
Just through the chair, absolutely, that's no problem. I think Josh was referring just to getting into the next version, but as you point out, we don't adopt until October, and it's important to get your feedback. So, listening to that, we can arrange, something for whoever from council wants to attend in terms of actually working it through to work up the document more. Yeah.
Just your staff will come back to us with a time when you're ready for that.
Yeah.
If we just put that as an action, that we'll form a group to make sure we're in the right direction. So, yeah, we don't want to get to September and go, this is not what we want, so we want that next version to be pretty close. Yeah. So, yeah.
Deputy Mayor.
I think just on that, we don't want it to go to designer before we have had a Word version, so that we for the annual plan consultation, we were trying to, on Stella, put all our changes in a designed already version in PDF, which really isn't much fun. So, that's just to make sure that it doesn't go to a designer before we have a Word copy that we've actually made changes to, please.
Yep, the one that's attached to the report is a Word version, so we can provide that.
Any further questions of staff? There being none.
We're just saying that I've got quite a lot, but I think I don't think they're questions there. I think they are what we want to make, what suggested changes that we will make. So it's we may well come back if that's okay and question the bits that I've certainly got some questions on, but it's also about the style and how we write it up. But great to get it, thank you.
Yeah, I think we can action that as a formal get-together with staff to go through that. Yep, I think that's been well noted. So now I ask for a mover and a seconder of the motion. Anyone? Hotep, Councillor Baker moved, Councillor Taylor second. Mover does not wish to speak, nor does the seconder. No debate by the looks, so that being the case, debate is finished. So I will put the motion that the City Delivery Committee receives the report, presentation of draft annual report 2024-25. B, notes that the full year financial performance will be reported to this committee in a separate report at this meeting. C, notes that the attachments provided are subject to change as a result of review and audit and further inclusions of taxation and consolidated accounts. And D, notes that a full design version of the annual report will also be presented to the 2nd September 2025 City Delivery Committee meeting for further review. All those in favour? Against? None. That is carried. Thank you. So that is the end. No, we have one more. Got two more. No, I thought this is supplementary. So now we're moving to your supplementary agenda. Item number 9.9 on page 4 of the supplementary agenda. And I welcome James and Bradley to the table. And Susan as well. Thank you.
If I may, Chair, I'll just briefly introduce the paper. I'm sitting over here, Kev. Right, thanks. Sorry. There's a table of contents page, Carolyn, if we can just quickly put that up. I'll explain what the team will cover, provide the background, and then hand over. Thanks, James. This presentation will be broken down into 3 parts. There'll be a background and an introduction to Bradley, our commercial manager. He's just going to talk a little bit about his role. Then Bradley and James are going to pivot to talking about what does value for money look like in terms of process and also a new initiative we've undertaken. It's called an internal project review, and you're going to get some more details on that. Then we're going to touch upon benchmarks and next steps. I'm sure the team will be open for questions, Mr. Chair, through the process, conscious of time. The team have been listening to a lot of committee meetings about what problem are we trying to solve when we pick a capital program, when one's undertaken. A lot of the questions that we ask, perhaps 3 years ago, may change, and what value for money looks like when we kick off a project may change as well. Underlying, when you start a project, how do we make a well-informed decision? So this program that Bradley and James are going to introduce is about driving greater excellence in delivery. In the end, a project sponsor has a key role for any activity. They have the project controls, whether it's at Te Manawa level or a very small retaining wall. But the same question is at the heart of this program, which is how do we drive a stronger value for money focus into Council's program, and that every dollar we spend is in line with community expectations. There's also the challenge for staff time and elected member time as well. How do we evaluate, how do we go through evaluation of a program of this scale while balancing cost of the delays as well? So with that in mind, James, Bradley, I'll hand over.
Thanks, Alistair. I'll just double down on what Alistair said. Please button, ask questions. I'll start off a bit about myself and then dig into these slides. So I just don't want it to feel like I'm sitting here telling you how to suck eggs on some of this stuff. Bit of background about myself. I've been in construction 20 years, Tauranga, Auckland, Wellington, qualifications, carpentry, project management through to quantity surveying. Pretty much seen most of what's happened in construction over the times, downturns, booms, COVID, the jib delays, right through to disruptions with the America's Cup up in Auckland. So there's not a whole lot that surprises me, but yeah, we see it. Moved from private sector into council 3 years ago and been working alongside Alistair and the team since. So current role, working closely with project teams, legal, procurement and suppliers, providing commercial advice. Fortunate enough to have visibility across the council to be able to focus on efficiency, identifying commercial opportunities and managing indemnity and insurances within the teams, and a lot of it with the designers as well. Conflict avoidance and resolution plays a big part of it. We need to be really watertight with our projects. We don't want to go there, but we need to know the levers that we can pull if we do need to go there. It's often quite different to legal. It's about maintaining the relationships as we work through our projects, having the really difficult discussions with contractors or designers and allowing project teams to continue working on what they're really good at. Trusted relationships are really important, and by having a consistent point of contact for contractors and designers, really important into a big organisation, that they can have a trusted voice. And again, having that full visibility across the organisation allows you to do that effectively. Any questions on those points there before we move?
Yeah, I'll just note, members, that I'll just relax the orders a bit here. So if you do have questions as we go, prefer the conversation to flow rather than a formal presentation with questions. So as questions arise, feel free to put your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the background and nice to meet you. So are we going to hear how your roles changed quite significantly in those 3 years till now?
We're morphing into a sort of a new phase with this huge capital project program that we do have, but the fundamentals of it here will not be changing.
So would you say you were less looking at value of money previously? I mean, I would have thought...
No.
So
a lot of what we're going to be doing is been working with teams, a lot into design, going into tendering, doing that conflict avoidance. James and I are going to start moving earlier, getting into that design phase as well. So the teams have got some sound commercial support at the early phase as well as right through, so we can pick it up the whole way through.
And I guess we'll get to it a bit later, but primarily, you know, the opportunities are greater at the start. So if we can get into that process earlier and have those conversations with the teams and work through, as we go through that review, it'll pop up some things. As Brad said, he's more at the tail end where you're more in the contractual negotiations. So in terms of scope and what you're trying to achieve, it's already kind of been locked down. So that's where we're just pivoting a little bit more, and that's where we'll kind of work through when you get up to that slide around where we look to intervene.
I've got lots of questions, but we'll get to the end, I think, first, and you may answer some.
That's all right. Just sing out. So Deputy Mayor, I guess to your point, a lot of these do not change. Principles of value for money. The key one here is right through council, we need to be making decisions we're proud of. Financially, reputation, all that stuff. No one is going to have a crack at council for getting a really good deal out of the market. It's pretty easy to lose sight, for staff to lose sight of the dollars. $8 million might just seem like that on a project, but take a few zeros off it, put it in your own home. Would you be making a $8,000 decision, snap your fingers, or would you be going and maybe testing the market and seeing what else you could get for that money? Those are the sort of things that we've got really good team program managers, we are doing, but these are the things that we can't lose sight of. So the other thing is driving for council favourable terms. So one of them is securing commercial advantage at no additional cost, so negotiating higher insurance covers, resequencing work, prioritising work, delaying work. These things often will cost nothing, but they'll be de-risking it for the council. There is a point, though, that we do just need to back our decision and go. It's a bit like locking in a mortgage. You get to a point that you might look back and go, there possibly could have been a better way, but as long as we're confident that that was the best decision we made at the time, we need to back ourselves and have confidence to continue. The other one is, I think James might just touch on it, changes late in the piece. You take something out, a bit of a saying, you take something out, you get 50 cents back, you add it in, it'll be $5. So a lot of projects that you'll see in the media where the design costs are equal, if not higher, than the construction costs, a lot of the time that is where the design has been played with so often, or items have been taken out, but they've continued with the design the whole way and ended up with a smaller product. And you just end up with a really outweighted design versus construction cost. James and I going forward, or this we'll talk about the next slide, is going to provide some more commercial independence with these reviews, getting earlier in to support the teams, a fresh set of eyes, ask those hard questions. Is there something else that we could do? Is there new initiatives? Is it worth taking? There's always new products and initiatives coming into the market. At some point, someone needs to be the first one to take a punt. And again, you've just, at some point, got to take a back yourself and make sure that risk appetite is what we want and go with it. There's another one. The talk projects, Pack and Save versus New World, they both deliver the same product, very different models. So working out, does the project need to be a Pack and Save, does it need to be a New World, or somewhere in between? It needs to deliver a certain experience for the public, but at what cost and what end of the scale? And another really important thing is we don't need to accept what we're given as default. I know in local government and government, there's often a feeling that needs to be front and centre as well. And really getting value for money through some of the suppliers is putting ourselves out and bringing some of those earlier suppliers that might not come forward and be playing in the same level as the big players, upskilling them, bringing them to the market and making sure that we've got commercial tension right the way through to sort of spade in the ground.
I guess just the other point is, we're independent of the project, so we don't have a vested interest in terms of those projects where the project teams are, in that space of delivering them. They've been involved a lot and sometimes, stepping back and having a look wider. That's what we can provide and ask them questions. So that's quite an important part of the review. You happy with that slide? Yeah, cool. So what we've attached to the end of the presentation is basically a series of questions that we would work through with projects that we would select based on where they sit in their life cycle and also from a risk basis or where there's maybe opportunity, and that'll be endorsed through exec. Obviously the primary goal of this is to make sure that the teams are delivering and working towards driving that value for money principle through the project. The questions we've got, we've actually, we've modified them a little bit from what Auckland Council has. They've got Wayne Brown's spending rules. We've taken that alongside some stuff that NCTA has done and maybe expanded on a little bit. But they are pretty key kind of topic areas and principles to work through with those teams. And I guess from how we approach it as a team of two in terms of the space, and is probably I'm more focused on the front end around problem definition, whereas Bradley's probably more the cost side of what's coming through. Obviously, there's a lot of projects that are being delivered and will be delivered. I hazard a guess it's probably about 1,000 in the LTP. We can't cover all of those, but we can be quite deliberate on what we cover off. And where we've got gaps in terms of our skills and experience, we would look to first internally. There'll be people around in the organisation that can help with some of these reviews on specific projects, or if it's of quite big substance, we don't have that skill base, we'd look to go find some external support from the industry. Oh, sorry. Yeah. What we would do in terms of a process is we engage with the project manager, we ask these questions, we get a bunch of documentation back, we would review that and then have a meeting with them to just work through it, ask some questions, see where the gaps are. We would write a report following that we'd send back to that project team for any further confirmation or information, and then from that we may have some recommendations on where that project team may want to investigate some opportunities for value for money. And we'd report that back to the project sponsor. The project sponsor holds the ball in terms of the ownership of those projects and taking those recommendations on board. So that's the review process. I've seen this before probably around our life cycle. I think it's really important to acknowledge that there is a lot of this stuff being done already within the project teams. This is like an internal audit process, a chance to get in there and make sure that stuff's being done, but also where there's opportunities that can be shared across the delivery teams as well. There's also kind of the introduction and work being done a little bit more around firming up how we look at a business case for projects. and what that needs to include. So benchmarks, for example, and clarity around that problem definition, how that is worked through the project in terms of its scope, and other documentation driving project charters and design. So tying those things together is really important. What kind of measures that project may be delivering against and the strategic outcomes. And that obviously evolves a little bit with the project, but always checking into that base business case. And that's where we would engage primarily through looking at the program and then with the sponsors of those projects to look at where we kind of intervene and having that conversation with the sponsor and supporting that sponsor in terms of them having the confidence that their project is on the right track and opportunities have been identified or realised, or opportunities that we've identified are incorporated and kind of, I guess, discussed within that project team and moved through governance. So that's, I guess, where it occurs. It's trying to get as early on as the project as possible with enough information to be able to provide value back. There's a fine line of when you can do that. Generally, it's when there's enough design work has been done to be able to inform reasonable confidence in terms of the cost, and then being able to go back and ask those questions. And I guess I've just got Susan here because internally we do have like financial gateways in place around projects, and when these projects move through these phases, you know, they have a project budget but it's not all released, so they have to go through a gateway and look at, and that's looked at by us and people on my team and along with finance to then go, okay, that stacks up. We'll release the project planning phase budget or the design phase budget, including how contingency is also managed and released within the project. I don't know if I've got anything else to add.
Grab the mic. Hi, everyone. Yes, so we did initially introduce the gateway process primarily to ensure that we remained within our borrowing constraints, but the process, as James alluded to, it does have some additional oversight and assurance benefits. So it's a check-in point for our CPAD and finance teams just to ensure we are capturing appropriate documentation to support good decision making. So it's your business cases and your cost estimates. It is helping us to control the release of those contingency budgets just to prevent unnecessary scope creep. And it is an extra check-in point just to ensure there is actually sufficient budget to see the project through to completion. So we're obviously not going to go releasing a construction budget when we know that there is going to be a shortfall at the tail end of a multi-year project. So it does allow us an earlier opportunity to assess where there might be some possibly cheaper solutions. And we've also really tightened up on the actual budget adjustment process itself. So you would have seen in the attachment to the fourth quarter report that we put up earlier, the quantum of those budget adjustments, you will see anything that has been approved outside of council, so either at a CE or GM delegation, they are very few and far between. Most of the adjustments have come via council. We've definitely moved away from a culture of reassigning underspends from one project in a program to an overspend in another. We're actively challenging any requests that come through around scope change to make sure that we are getting good value for money decisions. We're understanding any operational impacts or savings that might result from these things. So yeah, just to give you a bit of peace of mind in that space.
Sorry, quick question, just touching on the gateway rescoping topic that we're on at the moment, and I hope you understand my question. So I'm still trying to understand it myself, but what's the what's our current or the organisation's current risk appetite on a project that we would be prepared to walk away from should it not stack up? Do we have a financial threshold that, like, am I making sense? Do you understand? I feel like you understand what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah,
what's the sunk cost that we accept type thing?
It would be horses for courses on that one. I don't think we can put that in a box. You'd have to assess your sunk costs, your cost to complete, your OPEX if you were to complete those. There'd be a number of things that would come into it.
Through the chair, like any decision to move away from a project that incurred sunk costs of any material nature would need to come to council.
Yeah, so further on benchmark, so moving forward, if a business case does not contain a benchmark endorsed by a project sponsor, it won't be proceeding to the next stage and the funds will remain unreleased. This is where James and I will work closely with the project sponsor and the project teams if they're struggling to identify these or need assistance. Some of our projects may not always be able to have a benchmark. They may not be applicable for unique or one-off projects, but separating out some build elements will give us some confidence that that project is within the parameters. And the benchmarks will give us transparency and clarity on expectations, cost confidence, and sets the example for future projects. We learn a lot from other councils when we see their build costs, so that will start going vice versa. Ultimately to deliver projects on time, budget, and within a quality council's proud of.
I guess the other, just from a benchmark point of view, like just understanding with those teams how that's made up. So breaking down that benchmark into some certain components that we need to have a look at. So for example, traffic management is like a hot topic, of course, but there's other bits and pieces within a benchmark that you can quickly kind of identify, well, actually that's at the higher end, or actually that's not too bad. There are some key components. Bradley can probably talk better to that than I can. But yeah, it's not just a single rate. It's kind of understanding what makes up that number.
So those sort of benchmarks can, as you go through, become effectively performance measures. Those benchmarks then sort of inform your performance measures in terms of some of the broader financials?
Yeah, so if you're doing an internal review and you had a business case to reference back to with benchmarks, that's the first place we go. How does the current cost equate to that? Has there been, what's changed if it has changed? Is it market conditions, or is it scope? Is it the length of time since that business case has been developed? So those are the kind of things that we need to kind of knuckle down on and understand, and I guess that gives back confidence internally, but then back to governance that the numbers that are being seen are within reason in terms of the initial thinking and where the project is now.
Yeah, they're going to need to be clearly defined to what those benchmarks actually encompass.
It's a wrap up before we move to the last agenda item, Mr. Chair, which is the program going forward and any feedback. But this is just a chance if you want to ask Bradley and James any questions. Otherwise, what happens from here? Projects that are contractually committed will be flagged to City Delivery if there is a risk, scope or time matter. So those red, amber, green flashlights, they're constantly being monitored by the team to say, are we getting the right data? Are we getting a right sense that we have the right number of cost, scope or time risks ahead of the curve? Leading up to today, there's been information shared that and again, this moves us more towards the final council paper where elected members have had questions about projects. So the week ending 4th of July, there was some Q&A. For new projects and projects not committed yet, there is some information in the final paper. It's quite a lot, apologies, and some of these will be the focus for internal reviews, either because Bradley and James have looked at the answers and suggested that maybe there's an opportunity, or just because of the scale or the nature of the project that an internal project review will need to be undertaken early. But yes, we'll take any questions before we go to the last paper, Mr. Chair.
Thanks very much. I think.
Thank you very much, and I guess I've been waiting for some action from the organisation to be able to actually give us some confidence that we can deliver value for money, because that has been a very big concern of mine, and when we get on to the next paper, I'll bring some further concerns up. I hear what you said throughout this. I guess just a couple of points. This is very focused on delivery, and I probably, that's probably one of the bits that I'm actually not that concerned about. It's how we get there. And I heard you saying we can get in a little bit more at that design scope. But, just from the projects I've seen, we spend 20% on design in a lot of these projects of the cost. And, like from a benchmark perspective, well, you're probably the expert, Bradley, but, most of the private sector projects, you wouldn't be spending 20% of your budget on design of a project. So, that is a real concern to me. So, I think that's probably just my guide. You've got to get in earlier. What I would say within this organisation that I've seen is there is an absolute lack of any financial acumen when it comes to knowing what the cost of something should be. And, I use the Alice Johnson Pavilion as an example. That is actually a disgrace to this organisation that even got started with the cost that was actually proposed for that. And so that's just, this is a stop go very early. If you say this is like a 250 metre pavilion being delivered at close to $3 million, like that's just a no-go. We're not even going there until that. So let's not spend any money on finding out whether we can get it in and then value engineer it down. Let's start with basics. What do we actually need to deliver there? And I get some of these questions are really good to help that out, but we've got to get in very early to set those benchmarks and set that direction, because 12 to 15,000, depending on how you look at it, per square metre, is unacceptable. For the ratepayers paying for a project. So, that's the sort of stuff that I really want to get into, and like some of this will certainly help. But we need to understand the value of something, and that's even from a community benefit. We need to price what is the social outcome or the social benefit of this, and then that sets your budget. So, the biggest concern I have, and I guess if you've been doing this, you may have picked it up, but it's process, and we're sort of, the process, we seem to go, I think this is a good idea. We go out, we get it designed, it comes back in this beautifully architecturally designed thing, and then we get it priced and we go, oh, wow, that's expensive, but I guess we've already spent 20% of our budget, so we better keep going with it. Whereas, setting parameters at the start, like this project has got to be delivered for $200,000, and if it's $300,000, it's not being done. And that's where we're going to get the real change. So it's getting that, what is the price at the start? And we can forget about what's in the budget. We're going to talk about the whare soon. Just because the budget's $2 million doesn't mean that is, if it comes in under that, we're all good. I would go back to first principles, say, what is the square metres? What is a reasonable price to build that sort of structure? There's your maximum budget, so deliver it under that. Whereas at the moment we'll just do it at whatever comes out. So I'm just sorry, probably more a conversation, but I'm interested to hear your views in how we can change that mentality. And that's what I get really frustrated, because I keep seeing these projects. I can name 10 projects off the top of my head that I've seen that I'm just like, we've got no financial acumen. We have no idea what things should cost, and therefore we just end up paying over the odds. And that's, to me, that's unacceptable, and that's what value for money to me is. That when a project comes over my desk, I want to have faith that you guys have owned this, and that I can just tick it off and we can deliver it, because I get what you mean about delays and stuff like that. I don't want to delay anything, but right now I do not have the confidence that we can get a project in the scope that it should be and delivered for value for money.
So just in response to that, a more front-end one, and Alistair might want to chip in here. So part of that is being a bit stronger in the business case and actually identifying within that business case, which is before the project starts, those benchmarks or those parameters. So that is something that is being kind of worked on and delivered back to the organisation as part of this. Our role within that is when we get a project and it's gone through a business case process, are we aligned, or have we gone off from what was agreed in terms of any cost ceilings or benchmark rates, and making sure that that's kind of reflected back in and communicating that back to the project sponsor. So,
and James, I just wonder if you can go to the appendix, the very first question under A, the timing of when the internal project review occurs, which isn't when the project starts. So what I'm picking up, Bradley James, is the Mayor's suggesting the review could start sooner, that while we are, to your point, if you need a design of some sort in order to make an informed set of feedback, that very first question about why and how does value for money turn up in the program perhaps needs to come earlier. Assume that's what the council would like to see happen. Then these questions get asked on behalf of councillors sooner, rather than then design, which typically I'm finding 10 to 15% in the industry is normal.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, but yeah, we're at 20. We're 15 to 20 in most projects I've seen. That's where we're at.
Yeah. So the question is, if we bring the review forward and you shift the lens on it, rather than it being about what have you done so far, what are you about to do, and have you thought through what that looks like?
Well, apologies if it may have felt like it was focused on the construction side. Those same principles to me can be applied from the start right through to the end. All project teams will have this list, so they should be singing from this song sheet right from the start, along with the benchmarking. One of the first questions here: what's the problem we're trying to solve? Working through that, not waiting until the review happens. So ideally, going forward, James and I will be getting all this information very early on.
But even just, I guess, when we're talking, we're talking projects, and it's the way that we compare them. So again, a common thing, if you're going to build a house, right, and you go to a house builder, and they're going to tell you, your 200 square metre house is going to cost you $800,000. So that's 4,000 a square metre, just as an example. So you go, okay, great. You don't expect to then get the bill and they go, oh yeah, well it was $800,000, but we didn't add in design in that. So it's actually 900. So this is what we do at council. We go, oh, the construction cost is that. Oh, we forgot about the 20% we've already paid in design and professional fees and all that sort of stuff. So that's where, again, that benchmarking, it's the total cost. So I can take the square metres times your metre square rate, and I get the full cost of that project. Not, that's why I say about Alice Johnson. I'm not sure if it's 12,000 or 15,000 or whatever it is, because you've got the construction cost, and you've got the car park, and you've got the plumber, and you've got the electrician, and well, surely your electrician and your plumber, you can't have the building without them. So that's the sort of stuff that it's very standardised, and yeah, we can see that broken down, but the total is the numbers we're looking at. The full budget of that project has to work into that square metre rate, and that's where there's a very lack in what I've seen is is actually understanding what something should cost and therefore what provides value for money. And obviously you're a QS, so you should have a much better idea. So
another thing here is a list of VEs that should we start to look to hit that ceiling, things that we can start to work backwards, but that project's still been able to perform. But with some of those, we might call them nice to haves, start to be reversed out rather than just going for.
Well, I feel like the problem is we start here and then we try to value engineer down rather than start at first principles and build up. And at some point you've got a minimal viable product, and then it might be above that. That's fine, but you're not saying, oh, well, actually our minimal viable product is actually above the benchmark. It's build it up from the start, understanding those first principles, and that's been a very big frustration of mine as we saw more and more projects. And look, I'm not a QS, I'm not an expert, but I know approximately what things should cost, and I talk to a lot of people, and the numbers we're getting here are not anywhere near where they should be. So, and then we try to benchmark against our own projects, which are well over inflated anyway. So
it's fair to say there, maybe, Mayor, that some of the quality that we're after at the start is also going to be a key part of that. So 3-star, 4-star, 5-star pack and save versus New World, that's part of what we would want to get across, so that we know that, one, the quality we're aiming for, the scope of the project's really clear, so that then those benchmarks are applicable, because there's a benchmark for a range of, like you say, a house could go from 4,000 to 8,000 a square metre, but obviously we're hearing as well about making sure everything's in, so it's all there. Just on that, I suppose an angular question around the contingency is how that's worked and managed, because it tends to be obviously a lot bigger at the start, and we talk about a $500 million CapEx program this year, but it's probably got 75 million of contingency built in, which then changes through the year.
Yeah, so from a contingency point of view, when we do our long-term planning, obviously when a project is far out in the long-term plan, you don't know enough in terms of what you're trying to achieve. The scope is pretty ill-defined. I call them unknown knowns and known unknowns until how you build up those values. So yeah, you do have 50% of that budget sitting in maybe years 8, 9 and 10 as a contingency value, because you've still got to go through that process. As that project does come forward, that naturally reduces as the knowns you've greater definition of those, and you can be a bit more accurate around how you allow for the unknowns and what risks you're willing to take on and what risks you're willing to pass on to the contractor or supplier, which is where Bradley comes in right at the tail end, I guess. So yeah, if you do see those numbers quite high, that's generally because they're quite late in the LTP program, and certainly early if they're in later design or in construction, those have significantly reduced.
Councillor Baker. Councillor Currat.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, after. Yes, we have action. Just on what I heard around the percentage of a project being the design cost. We heard it's up to 20% from the Mayor, but behind me I heard it's between 10 and 15. Why is that?
I can't comment on either of those two numbers. I'd have to have a look and see which.
I think Councillor Currick's referring to the 10 versus 20. So when we analyse the spend by category of spend, the use of consultants, and I would include architects and design, from memory the last time we did this was 12 months ago. I think it was tracking around, for the whole program, 10 to 15. And correct me if I'm wrong, Bradley and James, industry, if you're doing a program of work outside of council, the percentage you might spend on professional services is 10? 10? Yep. So when I hear 22, I start to raise an eyebrow thinking, did we have more community engagement that we might need to do because the decision was different? Was there something unique about the circumstances, or did we over-engineer it? What happened to cause it to be 20 if the benchmark's 10? But when I cut the data, it came in closer to 10 to 15 than it did 20 for a whole year.
Thank you, Alistair. So when we consider some of those earlier costs, and going back to the business case, which establish is what you need, potentially what it would look like, and at that point, there's an opportunity there, I think, for you guys to get in and say and test it, and providing some tension there. You know, do you need this or that, or do you think it needs to be at that spec? Because as soon as it goes to the next stage of design, engineering, or whatever, that's where that can have a huge impact in terms of the recommended solution or project. And I've brought up a number of times, even yesterday when we had the chat in the back there, that when you engage consultants and the market has an established percentage, be it 10 to 15 or 15 to 20, there's an inherent incentive for those providers to recommend a higher spec project, because they get 10, 15% of a bigger number. And how do you control that? Because, you know, over the years, I've seen, you know, we're not talking about, you know, some of the glamour projects, excuse, I shouldn't use the term, well, no, vanities term, but whatever you call them, some of the, you know, Te Manawataki projects, I can understand there's a real desire there to make it something quite unique and neat. But sometimes when we look at, you know, more basic infrastructure projects, and you walk in there, like I went to the Waiari water treatment plant, and you walk in there and you walk around there and you think, wow, that's a huge spec in terms of whoever designed that, you know, obviously didn't have much tension there in terms of what the end cost would be for that bit of infrastructure. And so when you guys want to start getting in early, how do you find that expertise? Because you guys wouldn't have the expertise around some of these infrastructure projects like a water treatment plant. You know, some other you know, projects, yes, you'd probably have that ability to really scrutinise at the early stage, but how do you think that you can get in there at an early stage to ensure that when you engage the engineer or architect, that they're going to come up with a solution that firstly provides the outcome that you're looking for at a reasonable look and feel, if it's a you know, a project that we want to show off. But yeah, how would that occur? Because I understand you guys have got a bit of experience, but you need a whole lot of experience there to do a good job.
I think to what the Mayor said before, once that benchmark's determined and working backwards from that, that is the ceiling, and designing within those parameters.
But when you look at benchmarks though, over the years, when you look at public projects, there's, as I said, there's an inherent you know, incentive there for designers to increase the spec because they get a bigger earn. How do you know those benchmarks that we're looking at across New Zealand haven't incrementally been increasing in terms of the standard spec? So you're using a benchmark that's actually out of whack with the reality, and the spec could be actually a lot lower in terms of delivering the outcome that you wanted. How do you test that? Do you go to other countries or where that hasn't occurred? Because some of these benchmarks, I think, wow, well, that's out of whack anyway from the start. And if you're starting at that point, it's probably not a good point to start. How do you test that? Is the benchmark, has it got integrity?
Yeah, I think going back to minimum viable product, working back first principles, what you actually need to solve the problem you're doing, setting the spec there, and that's what's going to drive your spec, and then sort of drive your benchmark. If we're landing at a minimal viable product or a product that we believe is what we need, and all the benchmarking against that is a lot higher, that's going to start to tell us. But
maybe I can just...
Yeah,
I can
sorry.
Yeah, I am conscious of time overall. This is there's only been one or two questions. If you could wrap your question up quickly, and I'll move to Councillor Roseboom. I'll get a bit of a feel around the table how many more questions there are, because we do have a bit on this weekend. So 1, 2.
We
not
have a
this weekend,
council
today.
meeting at 3
Sorry.
o'clock.
3. Yeah.
Just a quick
This afternoon.
example, if I could, Mr Chairman. Yesterday, Councillor Crowther raised an issue of speaking to someone in the industry, contractor, I understand, about the link between Grey Street and Durham Street. There's that project there. And the feedback was something along the lines of, wow, this is way over spec in terms of what I've seen, you know, in terms of similar projects. Have you got an understanding how we arrived at that point where the contractor is saying, wow, well, this is over spec in terms of this pathway steps sort of project? Is that what we're talking about here, Councillor Crowther? Yeah, potential.
Yeah, just on that too, Councillor, correct. No, we'll get the answer, but that also probably comes to part of your question. There was a spec. Is that the question? So
How do we arrive at a spec so high that the contractor is bewildered?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just jump in on that one in terms of from a spec point of view. So from a benchmark point of view, those are always reactions to the spec. So from a consultant engagement point of view, what we're actually looking for is quite a bit more detail in terms of requirements from the consultant, delivering against whatever's been defined as the minimal viable product. In terms of checking if those benchmarks are correct or right, we have access to some database information. We would probably engage with contractors that we've got confidence to kind of check some of that stuff if we had to. But also through some different procurement models, you can kind of create some of that tension. So, for example, ECI, where you've got, you know, the designer and the contractor engaged, that creates a little bit of tension because the contractor has the practical kind of approach, where the engineer is looking at that and a bit more theoretical. So you get that a little bit in terms of picking and choosing how you approach from a procurement point of view in a contract model. So yeah, it's a hard one, and I guess from a benchmark, the more detail you can get around how the benchmark's made up, you can interrogate it a bit more and you can identify where, well, that seems a bit expensive, oh, that's because of this certain line item, and it's because of how the scope's defined or the methodology of construction, and whether you're interacting with high volume roads or significant underground issues where that might be higher or lower. So you can pinpoint it to a reason, and as long as you've understood what you're trying to achieve from a MVP or a scope point of view, then you can do a bit more critical analysis.
Thank you. Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to your initial review key questions, I think B needs to be rephrased. How much can we afford to spend? I think you need to ignore that if it's your second question you're asking. If you're going to identify the problem or the problem that you're trying to solve, you're going to have probably 10 dozen questions or statements drop out of that. What is I'm trying to solve? Length of life, product, all sorts of kind of extent of maintenance, and I'm trying to avoid product versus maintenance cost over the term of the life. So that how much you're going to spend part, you just need to ignore that real early on. You need to decide what you're trying to solve, the products, the material you're going to use, whether it's underground, above ground, whatever, and then identify the easiest, cheapest way to fix that while meeting a particular quality standard. So if I pick water pipes, for example, it's got to meet the water quality standard. It's got to be a particular material, so you don't put particulates into the water. It's pretty obvious. Once you've met that material cost, then how much you can do it for, and then what's the cheapest possible price you can replace that pump, that piece of pipe in the ground, your price will drop out of that, as opposed to trying to set a cost umbrella too early. Once you get that price, put it into the budget, and then you factor length of life versus maintenance costs for that product, whatever it be, whether it's pipes or pumps, buildings. Yeah. From that, you'll work out you'll get a scope for your contractor to present you with a cost to provide that item. You've got the ability to do that. I've done it hundreds of times. You can set your own scope that way. If the contractor comes back and says, well, I can give you a product that's slightly higher in value, but it will improve length of life, then you'll do a assessment based on that equation. Does it work, does it not? And then make an assessment which way you go.
Councillor,
Just ask the right questions at the right time and you'll get a better outcome.
yes, so Councillor Roseman, that's a good point. It's probably more of a statement and some ideas rather than the questions of the staff. And so it probably leads me to think a bit, we're at after 2, and a few people haven't spoken, and there may be a bit more time around this. So we're heading into sort of a bit of a workshop type discussion at the moment. So we've got Councillor Crowther and then the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Baker. So I just before we move, oh no, okay, I'll allow Councillor Crowther. Question?
Yeah, I guess my question, just in a way, it's sort of supporting what the Mayor and some others have said, but I'm just thinking if I take the example of our Premier project to Manawataki, and I look at what's happening in Napier at the moment, you know, I'm still not confident that we have a process in place, in spite of paying money to a professional board, in spite of having ourselves do whatever we could in the limited time that, you know, we've been on board, in spite of having good staff trying to do your best around it, that, you know, especially when I hear within this organisation a number of people coming to me proactively saying they know we're paying over the top for that project, and then getting something like Napier where they have a civic centre redevelopment where about 8 years ago, sound familiar? You know, they couldn't go in their civic admin building, they couldn't go in their library, they had a problem, they defined the scope of it, we did the same, they came up with a plan, as in this year, so well after we had the chance to do it cheaper, when the rates were cheaper per square metre, they came up with a $70.5 million solution in terms of contracts. Now there's a little bit of extra work there outside the contracts, just like ours. When you drill into it and you look at their library community hub is smaller than ours, but ours is nearly 4 times the cost of theirs. Their council building, they looked at it, the Mayor of Napier is quoted in a recent article talking about the reason that they are owning their building was because it was far more cost effective and it gave them security, and she contrasted it with Tauranga. But also when it came to the cost, that including our fit out, we're spending 125 mil, thereabouts, over 15 years. They're spending their 31, which my reading of it, of one article is that, or one Napier Council website, is that including the fit out. So everything, you know, they've even got the equivalent of a civic whare, which is 1/3 the price of ours. Now, I'm not suggesting it should be the same, but I'm thinking, you know, the more you drill into this, and I've done this with swimming pools, I've done it with these kind of facilities all around the country, we are the most expensive council in New Zealand that I have found. And I strongly support Mayor Mahe's comments that we have to be able to look at what's causing that. I don't think it's being caused by what's happening here, but have you got any assurance that we can get the scope right at the start? And if so, what is the process that's going to go straight to the heart of this at the start to set the scope along the lines of other councils around New Zealand? And looking at some of the transport team, they have a fairly standardised model. Can we do that? Is there any hope you can give me on any of that?
Yes, we can give you some hope, and I guess that's through the business case and that early discussion around projects that are entering into an LTP cycle, an annual plan cycle, and running the ringer over them in terms of, are we really clear on the problem and what are the options, because it's build or non-build solutions to a lot of issues. And has there been extensive, I guess, investigation around how you can go about solving that particular problem, and then coming back to and I guess it's a driver from governance, like what is that level from a scope point of view that's acceptable, and where do we sit as a organisation on these projects from a pack and save version to a new world version, because having that in mind alongside what the problem is and what you're trying to achieve, then you can drive through a bit more accuracy around what those costs are going to end up being.
Just a very quick comment, which is if you look at Napier's drawings and you see they're still Green Star rated, you know, it's not a pack and save. And I think that's the worry that I have, is that we're saying, do we want to pack and save a new world? We want a new world, but we want a new world built for the same cost as other councils can do it. And I don't see why we can't do that. Or maybe a pack and save in a lot of cases, but in this particular, Te Manawataki needed to be a new world.
Thanks, Councillor Krauser. Deputy Mayor, I suppose just with questions to staff, we're getting into a lot of detail, which I understand everyone has. We've got a paper in front of us about how to work through delivering value for money. So hopefully we can keep our questions at the conceptual level.
And I guess this is our first opportunity. This team's been in place for 3 years, so I'm sorry, Chair, but I think we should have the opportunity to discuss it. We're being asked to approve a process, and we need to have the time to actually know that we understand it, get comfortable. I share very strongly the Mayor's view. I don't know whether we've seen evidence of this team's actions since we've come along. I don't recall a project that we've looked at and said, that looks like value for money already. So I think, sorry, Chair, but I think we do need this discussion because it's a really important, if we want this team to work well, we really want to make sure that we've got good guidance, but I think we've got a little way to go in terms of the framework and probably the people that are, as in terms of the number of people that are available for, 1,000 projects that are in the long-term plan. So I think we do need, I would ask, we do have the time. I have got a question.
Just on that, Deputy Mayor, I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying is that there are parts of this discussion now which could be a debate amongst us, but also in the absence of, in the time frame that we have, we can keep going for a certain stage. One suggestion I could put to the group now is that we obviously have 2 recommendations. One is to receive the report and one is endorse. Now, if there's still a lot of discussion, a lot to work through, what we could choose to do today is receive the report and then at the earliest possible convenience get together and work through more of the detail, which is in more of some of these questions are more workshop related, to come up with the profile, because I think there could still be another 20 or 30 questions here, and I think there could be a more appropriate way we could get through this, but fully listening to what you're saying.
And I fully endorse that recommendation, and I'd be very happy to second it if you wanted to move it. But I'm just going to ask, so just in terms of benchmarking, James, I think you said they're kind of being worked on, one of you did, and it was just, and you've talked about some of our suppliers would provide some benchmarks, but we had an example Mahe gave just in terms of, cost per square metre of a community amenity, and we've had a few of those that we've been concerned about. So I would just like to understand a little bit more how the benchmarks are being set and whether you're quarter of the way through the process or 75% through the process. But I went to a DIA presentation at the local government conference in Christchurch last week about the Transport Insights Performance Dashboard, and they've got 8 million data points on costs of data of transport projects. Are they part of what you're using? We've got a really good dashboard there. Are they being used, and have we got all of that information for Tauranga City from them?
So Mike's probably better able to respond to that because it's his area.
But you're the team that actually is looking at benchmarking, so yeah, thank you.
Through you, Chair. So the answer is yes, that we'll be using that. that work is so rich that the team, we need to work together on choosing the right ones for Tauranga and our program. It's a bit of a canary in the mine. Some key indicators that you can use that are simple enough to figure out the performance of the program versus everyone else. So, but that is a very indeed rich data set to be comparing ourselves against others and will be used.
And just an example we saw put up on screen, one was for a project, what percentage does it change the quality of sealed roads? Another one, the proportion of the maintenance expenditure for the quarter on temporary traffic management. So they didn't seem too far out from what we've sort of been asking for. So I would really like to see these, and that was just one of 12 put up on the screen that I can send you a copy of. I haven't got the presentation, but it's just this, you know, we just need to make sure we are utilising data that's actually already there, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll just, Councillor Baker, and
Yeah. No, appreciate that it's been a real heavy block here, so thank you guys for answering all our questions. Support a lot of what has been said and reading the material, looking at the internal review process there. There's a lot that I agree with and appreciate and can see that you're hearing what we're saying and then trying to put that in practice. So what I'm picking up is that really it's the implementation of the theory that we want to see moving forward. One thing that I feel like is, if I can be constructive here, a criticism is, whilst we're driving hard value for money, there's probably a slight element of value from money now that comes through looking at like a real social return on investment lens, and Mahe kind of touched on it before. But I think a way to measure that or to describe that or define social return will be real helpful for us to make decisions and perhaps even the organisation. And one example that comes to mind is Herb's Walkway, or more commonly known as the Memorial Park to Town Walkway, that didn't go through. We got so consumed with the value of that, the cost value of that, and relied on my really great maths to try and provide some social return on investment lens. But I think that kind of matrix would really complement this. Because so much of what we do, is what you guys do as an organisation, exists in the realm beyond financials. Have we factored in how we can translate that in a meaningful way to tell a story and the value of a project?
Yeah, that sort of comes back to some projects that will be very, very hard to benchmark and get that perceived value for money out of it, because depending on what you're trying to achieve. But by breaking it down into the elements, you can then start to build up and see the aspects that you can compare against standardised design to make sure that you're on the right track. Hopefully that answers the question.
I guess just a social and community return, that is difficult to measure. Like it's hard, it's a lot easier to measure impact on traffic flow, or impact on water quality in terms of investment. Community benefit is a trickier space. The project team can probably talk better to that and how in terms of how they manage that in terms of business case and how they engage with the community to determine that. And a lot of it is like indirect community or social impact. So we'll take it on board and it's something we can discuss with the teams.
Look, thank you very much, staff. Sort of just, getting a feel from the nature of the questions and where we have time it's taken us to get to here before debate. I'm going to thank you for your time, because it was a great presentation and some outstanding questions from staff and from EMs. Clearly there's a lot that they want to get into on this. So I'm going to propose a slight change to the recommendation. I'm just waiting for it to come up on the screen. So that I'd like to move that the City Delivery Committee receives the report Value for Money and Capital Delivery, and B, undertakes a workshop at the earliest possible time to consider the value for money approach for capital delivery prior to endorsing the approach at a subsequent meeting. Do I have a seconder? Take off B?
Yeah, have it as an action, but I don't know if it needs to be a resolution.
Okay. Take off B.
Just put it as an action.
Receive the report.
Just receive the report
Yeah.
and do it regardless.
Well, it's going to be an action, so yeah.
Yep.
So that whole thing can just go to action sheet.
Okay, cool.
And I'll be very happy to second you.
Thank you. So we now have that on the table. I think there's, I think I've made my point. Happy for us to receive this, and the action will be that we continue this as soon as we can in a workshop format.
I think from my side, we are looking for a change in process. We are looking at change in this organisation. We heard from the consenting team that they haven't changed their processes all that much. We've heard that there hasn't been a whole lot of change. So we are, I think, want to enable staff to actually change and do things differently, because I think we do need to do things differently to get the change that we want. Value for money and value from money, I think Councillor Baker is very correct on that. So for me, I think it's really good we're talking about this, but let's make sure we are enabling change, and that staff are hearing that we are quite happy that process does change as part of what we're asking from the organisation.
Sorry, Councillor Currat. Apologies.
Yeah, fully support it, and looking forward to the next session. You know, we've got a mayor that's a man on a mission. I'm fully behind him. I mean, this is great because we need to focus on some of this. This is affecting community outcomes because we're paying too much for stuff, in my opinion.
And thank you, Councillor Crowther. No? Yes.
Yeah, I think for me, I support all those comments. I'd suggest that it'd be really helpful to have more understanding of the whole of life cost aspect of this. That you know, the ideal for me is to have a model like transport where you have low cost, low risk, and we don't have to have so much detail, so we save staff time at that level. And then for anything above 2 million it is for transport, we have a proper business case. We look at all the costings. We look particularly at the whole of life with OPEX flows for the next, whatever it is, 30 years. And you just put in, you know, just have a standard model. And presumably, I'm assured by our finance manager that the new system, or maybe it was Alistair, one of the GMs said that that would be capable, our new system would be capable of doing that. So to me, that is the crux of it all, because we run the risk of having the best of intentions at a staff level, at a governance level, and we go, let's cut the cost of this project, and we, you know, cut it in half, and we go, well done, we pat ourselves on the back. And you guys are intuitively knowing that, and I'm looking at staff, intuitively knowing this is going to cause problems, because in 10 years' time, it's going to cause, you know, more wear and tear, maintenance costs, etc. So unless we know that, we will make some dumb decisions. So we need to be given that information as much as possible. I know it's difficult. I know it's kind of a, you know, almost impossible to get it just right, but an MPV, you know, 30-year model, and the Mayor led with that at his very first Smart Growth meeting. And I thought, when I heard that, I thought, if Smart Growth can do that, we're halfway there. And if our council can do it, then we'll be all the way there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, you'll be pleased to know, Glenn, that in B, 1, 2, 3, 6th question down, that is one of the questions. So, yeah, I was very, very happy to see that, because I think, yeah, when we are looking at those things, that is really important. You know, I might have been quite critical, but you know, I think it's just making sure we get this right, because this, to me, is the biggest, you know, the biggest thing this council is going to do when we're delivering $500 million per year in capital program. We have a huge opportunity to be able to deliver that for less, and this you know, process will help us enable that. So I'm very excited that we've got to here. I think overall on the right track, and we just need to refine and make sure we are getting in early enough so that that we can really have a full influence on that program. And there's plenty more opportunities. I guess I want to see the way that we report this stuff so we can actually quantify it and we can see the results of this program. And that's around that capital program. If it's we delivered X amount for X amount, and I want to see those numbers coming down, that we are delivering more for less. So on the right track, but we've still got a bit of work to do. But thank you very much to the team for getting us here. As I say, I'm excited. It's taken a long time, but I'm excited we're at least on that journey now.
That's fine, thank you. I just actually had the other question I didn't ask, but for the workshop, we talked about the new purchase order system and the working group that we're having, so it would just be interesting to understand how that fits into this process, and also just understand how the commercial team, the reporting line and the KPIs, just so that we're aware of how they know that they're doing a really good job, and because getting great KPIs at that stage, which would feed to the CEO as well, but we want them to know what successful looks like, and we need to be good at defining that. So just a couple of comments that added to the workshop.
Thank you. No further discussion. That being the case, I will put this to the vote that the City Delivery Committee receives the report, value for money and capital delivery. All those in favour? Against? It is carried. Thank you. Right, so now we'll move straight into the last item of the day, item 9.10 on the supplementary agenda, 25-26 capital program. It's on page 7 of your supplementary agenda.
Through the Chair, this report is a response to, during deliberations, there was a resolution to come back with the program for further discussion with elected members from the annual plan 25-26. It also includes a resolution, the only resolution, to include the Papamoa Shared Pathway, which was a resolution from that meeting, with a recommendation to offset that with a recalculation in the public art framework budget for 25-26. Attached is the program, broken down into some categories in terms of where projects are at, in terms of whether they're committed or under construction, or new projects or stuff that's underway in various stages of design. I've got Susan May come in and talk to some of that at some point fast, but we also have the project teams and the GMs here to answer any questions. Just noting as well with the program for this financial year, carry forwards, which may have been noted in an earlier paper, will be coming through probably to the next City Delivery Committee, and that's going to have to potentially be offset with some of these projects to allow to retain within that funding envelope for 25-26. That'll be an internal process brought back to governance with some recommendations. So I'm happy to answer any high-level questions, but any project-specific questions will have to be directed to either GM or the project teams.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, James. Just a question of clarification about the public art framework. In this report, it was identified as an appropriate offset, but I believe it's actually part of a calculation error that was in the annual plan. Is that correct? Can somebody just clarify what's going on there?
Certainly, certainly, Councillor, after one of the recent council meetings that we had, I asked the finance chief to go back, and look at the calculation, and the calculation had originally included renewal projects, and that was not part of the criteria. So the recalculation has come up with a smaller amount available for the Public Art Fund, and that releases the $1 million that we're talking about in this report. And just like to say that it has been recalculated for future years as well, as I think, Councillor, you requested, and we'll be able to present that to Council when we have the grant funding presentation briefing in about a month, I think it is.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. So, thankfully, probably for the benefit of most people, my comments have been lost somewhere in the ether. Because, yeah, look, I've been triggered by the last 4 pages or the last 4 reports, and I think we need some. I'm going to try to keep this level. Look, this is sort of what I alluded to before. I'm getting very frustrated. You know, we did a workshop in November where we decided on, you know, value for money, and, you know, there is, you know, some real issues that these projects have come back and they've come back and they've come back, yet I can't see any notifiable change in them. So probably my first question, you know, just for staff before I launch into it is, you know, so this is this Waterfront Central Plaza. So from when we went for a walk and had a look at this, what processes or change has there been to deliver value for money from the tender that we heard about at that point?
Hopefully we've got Mike Norday online, but I don't know if that has happened. Oh yeah, Mike Norday's there.
You're on mute now, Mike. I wonder if we come back to it.
Okay, we'll come back to it. So just an. Oh, sorry. Mike. Did you hear the question? Sorry.
Good afternoon, councillors. The sound has been coming and going all afternoon, so if you wouldn't mind repeating it, please.
Okay, so since we went for a walk and had a look, at that time we were told there was some tenders in place. What have we done, and what difference has there been in this project to show that we're delivering value for money?
We haven't specifically gone back and we haven't specifically gone back and done any redesign at this stage, because I think what the team would like to understand, and it is possibly a suggestion that we go back into a workshop situation and understand exactly what the council are looking to achieve. If we're just looking at a grassed finish and come back later and redesign, I think the team would like to understand that formally before we go out and engage any consultants or designers on any further work. Because every time we go back and do any additional design work, that's obviously a cost to the project and to the council.
All right, thank you. So I'll have an action item on this one. I want the current design delivered at a significantly lower cost. So maybe this might be Bradley's first job. So I want an option of the same thing to be delivered for a significantly different or smaller cost. And, you know, like, it's, yeah, I believe if you look at the first principles and you look at the cost of materials for that area, that is very easy to achieve. And I'm just disappointed because that was the direction I gave when we went and had a walk, and we're now 2 months later and we're no further along the process. I assumed that that's what was happening, and it was due to come back to a previous council meeting, and I again issued the same directive: don't bring it back until we have a different a different option.
Different cost option.
Yeah, sorry, a different cost option. So that's the first step, and then if we can't find a way to deliver it at a lower cost, then we'll have to look at a redesign and set a budget that we start. That's where we're going to deliver it under. Moving on.
That would be appreciated.
Yeah. So have we got the ability to...
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Just on that, as part of that, so that's your first part, or would the second part be what can you deliver at a lower cost, or you just want the first?
No, I want what's delivered now. Okay, I'll set a, what is it, 3.6 now. So the challenge is to deliver it for $2 million. There we go. Give you a benchmark. Pies Par Memorial Park Crematorium. You know, again, this is one where the just getting design has cost way too much. Again, you know, like, okay, we've benchmarked against the Hamilton crematorium, and then we're saying that our price, which is 20% higher than the Hamilton crematorium, and you might just want to have a look at the scope of the Hamilton crematorium, because it's all tilt slab concrete with tin on the roof, and I'm not sure that the 659 square metres doesn't actually include the chapel as well on top of that. So, you know, we're one that is I would say is a much higher spec, yet we're going to pay 20% over the inflated costs to build that. So again, you know, I'm disappointed that we're even here. And, you know, again, we've value engineered it down from you know, a very big cost to a slightly less cost. But, you know, I'll set a benchmark again. I don't want to look at another option until it's being delivered for under $4,000 a square metre, and that is including design. That is finished, all costs done. And that, I think, is even overpaying the fact that we're building a large shed. The railway crossing, again, you know, from my reading of that report, our value for money approach is that we take 2 crossings out and therefore we save half the cost, and that provides us value for money. Well, that doesn't, because if we read later on, we're going to end up paying more because we're doing it in 2 lots. You know, again, the very clear direction is I want to see a breakdown of costs. We're saying it's 7.2, averaging $1.8 million per crossing. That is a ridiculous amount of money to spend on a crossing the railway. So we need I want the breakdown of those costs. I want to know how much a pedestrian crossing costs, and well, I will not be voting to proceed with this project until I see that. And we have an opportunity to try to find out how we can spend so much money on what is quite a simple thing. Now, the Whareawaka project, again, I'm happy with the process. We've gone out to tender to get some prices, but I don't agree, and I will not vote for what it says, the next steps. If the successful tender is within the project budget, the Chief Executive will award the contract and continue the project as planned. Once again, we're looking at a very simple structure. If we compare this to a house, and a house includes bathrooms, it includes kitchens, it includes insulation, it includes expensive glazing, yet somehow we can pay an estimate, and I'm saying this is an estimate because we haven't looked at the prices, but what we've said it is 5,150 a square metre. Now, 5,150 a square metre gets you a very nice house, which is built, and I don't believe that this is providing us value for money. So again, I think we can deliver that same thing, but for less money. And I'm just annoyed that these things keep coming. That we've been talking about this since November, and we're now 8 months later, and we're still having the same discussions, and a frustration from staff saying that we are holding up the process. I do not believe we are holding up the process. We are not getting the information we need, and I'm not going to commit ratepayers' monies to effectively funnel their wealth into the wealth of contractors while we don't seem to be able to deliver value for money. And my steerers stop delivering us this information and trying to put pressure on us to deliver when you're clearly not listening to the direction we're giving. So I accept there's now a process in place, and I'd be happy for Bradley to have a look over these and see if they can work some wonders. But we're gonna grind this organisation to a halt if the ability to deliver value for money is not upheld by our staff. So that's my rant over. Thank you.
Too many questions in there, but understand your sentiments, Mr. Mayor. Tangata Whenua representative, Rolleston Steed.
Oh, there we go. That was a little bit scary, me and Mahi, but it's okay, that's okay. But one of the questions that I didn't ask before, because I felt we were going too deep into the detail, and I thought maybe it could be retained for that workshop, and it was a conversation around procurement, because I know that's part of the policy as well, and what the social procurement might look like. So when you're looking at things like the Whariwaka project, I'm pretty sure me and Councillor Hemi's cousins could come and do it for a fraction of the price, but just leave that there. But again, that's all part of the conversations that we can have around the equitable opportunity for tangata whenua, for Māori businesses to actually tender for some of these projects as well, and do it because it is, on their whenua and so forth. My question was around the public art framework budget. So the retraction of the public art framework budget, looking at that budget, is it for the fiscal 26 of 1.6 mil? Is that a full retraction or of the 1.6? Is that the budget we're talking about?
That's the budget. Yes, that was the budget. So the way the budget, it's working towards 1% for art budget. So that was going to be increased by 0.25 every year over a 4-year period. And it had a criteria, it's a bit more complicated, but at very high level, that it was based on above ground capex projects, excluding Te Manawataki, because that had a budget within it. So what happened was that the renewal budget was included when the calculation was done. So the calculation was done, when it was done, including renewals, it came out at 1.626. And so when it's been recalculated, it's come out at 626 for the 25-26 year, hence the ability to free up that money for the Papamoa walkway.
Is it explicit to what will be retained around public art? So, for example, with the pathway, shared pathway, obviously there's a lot of sort of cultural elements that might be expected from, for example, Ngā Pōtiki. Is there the potential for that to be lost? Do we know of any particular public artworks that were supposed to be undertaken in this period that would be lost?
The cultural aspects, and I'll look to Amanda to correct me if I'm wrong, but particularly the cultural aspects would be included in the budget, and it will be included as part of the conversations we have, and particularly with this one with Ngā Pōtiki. So the public art is like a grant fund, so you'll have people coming to us wanting to do public art, whether that's external or whether it's even some of our project team for larger pieces of art. So in short, yes, the cultural component would be included in the art in the project. I guess if we wanted something that was a bit larger than just a piece of art that's a bit larger, that might need to come out of that fund.
Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
One, again to Barbara on the Public Art Fund. Are you suggesting that the recalculated amount of 626,000 is at the 50% or is that at the 25%?
It's at the 0.5%. It's halfway. Last year was 0.25. This year's 0.5. Next year will be 0.75.
Okay, thank you. And gosh, now I've forgotten my other question on the tip of my tongue. I'll hold for my other question.
Councillor Crowther?
I mean, do I need to, I want to ask the questions of the appropriate staff, so is now the time to do that? So, I think I'm looking at the transport team just in case you didn't realise. And also, if Dan is going to be coming, that's probably my number one question. Yeah. Maybe someone could. Do I ask a question? Okay. Yes, so for the transport team, if I do that first, and hopefully Dan will arrive after that. So I'm just wondering, I think they're familiar with the questions I've put forward before the meeting, but for people who might be watching, they relate to, we had a request from Bay of Plenty Regional Council to bring forward the planning for Brookfield public transport improvements. For my colleagues, this has been, to quote the Mayor's term, kicking the can down the road since 2017. From a regional council point of view, when they first got Tauranga City Council agreement in principle to fast track this project, was a word that was used by, I think it was Mayor Powell's council. So we're a number of years down the track. That's the first one is, what would it take to put to respond to the submission in the annual plan from Bay of Plenty Regional Council for this was their priority project they submitted on.
Kia ora, councillors. This is a project that will require a business case. It's over $3 million. Even though that Waka Kotahi isn't funding these type of pieces of infrastructure at the moment, given the timeframes and the end of the NLTP, it would be wise to do a business case and try and attract Waka Kotahi funding in future. We've got it in financial year 29, and that's as a result of, we did a prioritisation process back in December, brought a paper to council, and effectively the passenger transport projects got moved into the future. So we're happy to bring back a paper around this and also to talk about the wider passenger transport because there are other passenger transport projects out there, and a bit of an order there so that you can make some calls. But just as a note, at the moment, passenger transport business cases or anything like that, we pay for 100% out of council funds.
I think just through the chair, there is a conversation to be had with our neighbouring council around who would pay how much. The second one for transport is the Ngatai Road Bureta intersection, which does have a proven, safety issue there, and there's been some recent accidents there that are sort of minor, but that's a major concern for the local community. So I'm seeing it's in this financial year and next. I'm just wanting to get for the community a clear understanding of when construction will start on that, or when it's scheduled to start on that project.
Through you, Mr Chair, nobody ever likes to give out their construction dates because of rain and other things. However, we are planning for early in the new year to begin construction. It's currently in design, barring touch wood and all those sorts of things. That's when we expect to do it.
And then the third transport-related one, which came through in submissions in the plan and in follow-up conversations to me, was the pedestrian crossing on Ngatai Road. We had a request in the annual plan also for a Grange Road crossing, which ended up being acknowledged in the report that staff report on that. And then there's also the issues which I don't think they were explicitly covered in the annual plan, but have been coming through to us since becoming elected, which is the Windsor Road and Matua School issue. So if I lump those all together, these are all relatively small projects. They're all low cost, low risk. They don't need a business case. There are a bunch of transport projects on our list. These are all sort of on it in one form or another. And I could also throw in, I think a couple of my colleagues, including the chair, were quite keen to throw in the Brookfield New World access way as well. So if I lump all those together and just ask for a bit of guidance, what is the process to make sure that we're responding to community demand to try to take some action there as soon as possible? I'm not expecting the impossible, but I'm just thinking these are small amounts of money. Is it a matter of us having to be proactive and pushing some buttons to make these things happen quicker? Or is this going to flow through in the next few months to sort of see what the timeline would look like for these projects?
Through you, Mr Chair, you've hit my Achilles heel a little bit here. So we generally run and as sort of mentioned earlier in the value for money conversation, Transport Agency stipulates a process for doing things. As you've mentioned, low cost, low risk is a much freer process. It doesn't require business cases. We generally put lists together. Those lists are audited and we agree with the agency that these are indeed the good things to do, safety-wise, accessibility, all those types of projects you mentioned, including speed management, and then we work through them. And what they do is they rely on us to get to a feasibility or a design phase before they sign off on the final dollars and that sort of thing. However, even that process doesn't really cover things that are even of a lesser nature, sort of in the less than 100K type level. And I must admit, this is a problem the transport team's been grappling with. We were wanting to bring this to you as a potential solution for these types of things in the run-in to the next annual plan and then the subsequent LTP, which is how do we develop a reactive sort of program where a community can influence some of the spend. And part of it, and I've spoken with some councillors before about this, is how do we make sure that perhaps if cash flow is available or we've delayed on a project and we're looking like we're going to underspend for that financial year, can we advance anything with enough time to finish it? And those small projects are great candidates. Just from a delivery perspective, we need summer. And so if we knew in December we could do a couple of $60,000 projects here and there, then we could advance them and get them done. And I think that would be a way of responding. But what I need to do is get more of the steps in that process in front of you so you can see whether you're comfortable with it. And of course, that list would need to be prioritised in a manner that you're comfortable with also. So I'm always one for that structure and methodology, so I would prefer to have a structured approach to that than a reactive one, and at the moment we're quite reactive. So in regard to some of the specifics of what you've just mentioned, the speed management aspects are part of the speed management cost line. But the other ones in Grange Road, I might have to come back to you of whether they've been included in an existing project or not, or whether they're actually in a project at all. So I might just reserve the right to come back to you on those smaller items.
Councillor, would you be happy, Councillor Crowther, to have that to come back to us at a date?
Yep.
And then to look with the aim to progress
at
that?
a relatively early date, but just to cover off from this morning with the public forum, will that include the Harbour Drive, or will that be a separate paper that would come to another meeting?
No, that will be separate paper. I think you've got options there, and I think there's issues to consider, and they are either significant from a cost perspective or not. I think you'll want to go through that first. It's a bit higher in importance, criticality.
It's all my transport. I do have my most important one still to come, so I don't know if
I'd say
I can go to Nick on that.
I'd say one question now, and then we'll move to Councillor Baker.
The question is really, what is the cost? So it's something I've asked previously, the cost to reopen Malimi Street. And when we went on a site visit, the view was that it would be relatively easy to open it up for green waste disposal, and that there were staff discussions around that. And I know from my due diligence of talking to a previous waste manager and to people at Regional Council that this does not seem an insurmountable issue. It does not seem like it's going to be a massive cost in the scheme of things, but it will provide massive benefits to people on the west of the city who will have a local facility to take their green waste to. It will also have significant benefits to people in Truman Lane, in the Mount Arataki, Papamoa area who are using the Tamonga facility, where anyone who's been over there knows you can get stuck in queues for a very long time. So I know there's been improvements to Tamonga sort of in motion, but I'm looking for a very definitive sort of, how can I get this into the CapEx program? This was what I wanted to bring up on the 22nd, on the, whatever it was, in May, June, and was told it would be the 22nd of July that we would be able to do that. This is the project I'd like to see brought into this year's annual plan with urgency, and I'd ask for support from my colleagues because there are so many people who have requested this for the last 5 years, and there's been no response from council.
We'll get that answer first, and then we'll see where we go from.
Yeah, thank you. I don't disagree that we need that improved level of service that part of town, but the cost to upgrade the stormwater isn't insignificant, and it's significant enough for us to include that in the overall business case that we are about to present to you. And the reason for that is also that there is a private provider that is just about to open up, I think September, October time, in Tauriko to provide this service. And even if we were to open it up at Malimi, it would only be for operational purposes during the week, that it would be open over the weekends. So there are a couple of really important decision making to go through in order for that decision to put CapEx towards it to represent value for money. So there are alternatives coming up that are provided by other suppliers. From a business and expenditure point of view, we need to look at the overall picture here. And when we looked at the cost, Glenn, to ask your original question, what would it cost? It was enough to tip the Malimi off the agenda when we looked at Malimi versus Tamonga back in 2019 or something like that. There were some early works done, 2018 I think it was, that put that stormwater upgrade in order to meet consent conditions at around the $2 million mark. So it's significant, but that was also to cater for the full service, not just greenway. So I take a point, there is a lower level of investment, but that is still going to be enough for us to consider it at a business case level and not just put money towards it, particularly when there's a private service provider coming up.
Follow up on that. My understanding, and correct me if you know that this is wrong, but my understanding is that it is less than half the total cost that you just said, the $2 million cost for green waste is the smallest portion of this because it's one small footprint. It has one particular area that needs a little bit of an upgrade. And talking to people on the ground in this sector, they say, who work for the private company as well as a TCC staff member and a former staff manager here, the view has been very consistent. It is a relatively minor portion of the overall upgrade to stormwater. So if there's anything different to that, please clarify. But otherwise, my view is that it is a sub $1 million project that will have, significant carbon emission benefits, cost benefits for our community, and just service delivery benefits.
Yeah, that sounds about, at a ballpark, that sounds about right. So I'm not going to pick a fight over that number. But then we just got to make sure that if we put $1 million, say, towards it, that we make that a balanced decision as to the benefits that we do get from it. And I think that's a decision that we will be able to make as we present the overall business case to Council.
I think, Councillor Crowther, when we start the debate, we've heard some good information and there'll be some different views around the room, so that might influence.
We can go and do it now. I just need to know then what million comes off the program.
What is the earliest possible date that the construction or the works could be delivered if it goes through the business case process?
I'm getting the sense Nick needs a breath to work that out. Yeah. I wonder, through the chair, if there's a request to add something to the plan, and to the General Manager's point, something may have to come off, which would require an informed discussion. Through the chair, I wonder if there's a resolution to bring that information at the next council meeting to discuss that paper with the right information so that that the council's fully informed.
Satisfied? Thank you.
Thank you.
So Bakey, you've been waiting patiently.
Thank you, good sir. I appreciate and support that recommendation. I would also wonder whether we, as a table, consider also adding as a resolution something to the effect that Mike had mentioned around that framework, and I'm not using the right terminology, but those small quick wins, because I hear the concerns that Councillor Crowther's expressing around some of those safety concerns in his ward. I've got safety concerns in my ward. I'm sure there are other things. So it actually might be useful in some constructive way rather than just all of us tabling our wish list, that we can either provide that list, you guys can develop a framework, and then those can come together and we can see what spits out, if that's the most practical way to get that to the table constructively.
Yeah, through the chair, I think you're referring to Mike's low-cost, low-risk model where it's done fairly quickly and quietly and the Achilles heel is hidden. That contract model, yes, you put the list in the annual plan. So, for example, if Councillor Crowther has a project that he'd like funded and we have to drop that off, if there are other ideas, if there are other needs for the community, even small ones, that you'd like to put in the annual plan. James?
Just from a wider capital program perspective, capital program's reasonably fluid. So during the year, we get a better understanding of where we're going to land. So if there's an opportunity, I guess, if there is a list developed of projects that are not within the financial year but could be brought forward, because they'd have to be ready to be brought forward as well in terms of a design point of view, when you go to the market, we can report through the City Delivery Committee on a quarterly basis. Probably the earliest would be in December to go, we think we're going to be in this position by the end of the year. That gives capacity to bring forward projects from an agreed list. So we can create that mechanic through City Delivery to look at bringing forward projects if there's an appetite to bring them forward.
Mr Mayor?
I guess the concern I have is we're not really making these decisions on fact, and I agree we need to see a paper if we're going to add anything in. But I guess just exploring a bit further, which Councillor Baker talked about a framework. Has there ever been a framework or a model or a formalised process that you can effectively plug projects in and rank them to a criteria where we could make some really informed decisions as here's all the projects and this is how they got spat out. I'm obviously aware that there was a process done in around November where we had to take 200 odd million out of the capital program. But has the council ever had a formalised process where we can or developed a model that we could do that with?
I think I'm going to need tenure to answer this properly, but with the commission, the answer is probably not as prescriptive and as transparent. It's more principle, and governance sets almost a ratio, if you will. But from a prioritisation process, James, have you seen something more detailed and more practical?
Yeah, well, I've been here for 12 years, and I guess we have gone down that route of looking at numberising, I guess, projects and trying to rank them. Various methodologies in terms of using strategic outcomes, cost benefit, other mechanisms in terms of project delivery readiness, can it actually be delivered, all that kind of stuff. There's always an aspect though where we can do that work and then it becomes back to subjectiveness, and for me those processes can be developed. There'll always be a line in the sand, which is generally from a funding point of view, projects above the line that can be funded, projects below. How wide the grey areas where you want to go, well actually I've got a view that this project is high ranked and it should swap with that one. That's where it comes a little bit unstuck. So it's probably a good discussion and probably a good opportunity to have a workshop in that space to agree a framework that can work across the program, bearing in mind you've got different types of assets being delivered by different teams and they have their own nuance in terms of how they prioritise their programs. For example, before Christmas, the transport team went through the safety and the low cost, low risk, and how those kind of equal out. And then when funding changes come from government, you've got to pivot and be able to respond to that. So certainly we can do a workshop, agree that. I think I sent through some high-level principles around what that may look like. Fundamentally, though, it's where it becomes critical is its strategic objectives. So the cost of projects, the cost-benefit stuff that can come through business case, project readiness, all the other bits that we can, in a non-subjective way, present back is probably the easier part. It becomes then that discussion around what's the strategic objective and what is the most important one. If you start at an outcome level, what are you trying to achieve? Do you want to treat everything equally? Do you want to allocate buckets of funding towards an outcome and then prioritise projects against that? So those are all the things that I guess would need to be teased out to get to a framework that staff can work to and then present back what information you require.
Yeah, no, I think that sounds great in the fact that it gives us some, and there's always going to be a political lens on it, and you might have a low ranked project, but it's the will of the table that you do it. But I think and even as you say, I think you can get around a lot of that political stuff if you do have that strategy that you agreed on and you weight it accordingly. I see there's always going to be challenges, but it is a way of trying to compare apples with oranges, and ultimately if you're looking at that lens of what gives the best outcomes for our people, and I'm thinking in transport, like a road that carries 5,000 people a day is always, that's going to have a higher weighting than a cul-de-sac, in the fact that that's that's just one part of that model. So, I think we should look to develop that kind of model, and that's obviously going to go through this this annual plan, but next annual plan and long-term plan. So you have some sort of framework that at least you get an outcome from. Do you think it's what sort of time frame do you think might take to develop something like that?
I think the theory is easy to develop in terms of creating a model to plug the projects into. Where there might be a gap is lack of information to be able to compare the projects in a equal way. So if you go back to business case format, some teams are more advanced in terms of the information they put into a business case, and some projects don't have a business case. You've got to go back and fill those gaps of information, because then if you plug it into the model, you're not going to be able to get to a fair answer. So I think the model's the easy part. I think it's agreeing on the parameters of the model and then getting the right information. So you could stage it if you wanted to have something in place for the annual plan. You could just cut it down and simplify it a bit, and then over time, as you get greater maturity in terms of your project knowledge and project information, you can expand it and it becomes a bit more scientific, I guess. So we can have that discussion.
I guess just finally, do you know anyone else that does this, like any other councils? Is there?
And through you, Mr. Chair, the Transport Agency does this every 3 years. It's had a long history. So we have quite a strong level of maturity in this, and it's not just council. They get every single council to do it this way. So there's a huge amount of consistency. That's not necessarily the same across all council business, but there are lessons from that process that we can draw from and just copy and bring it in-house in terms of those steps and processes, because infrastructure deliveries, it is part of that. So there are those examples. Auckland Transport also run their own prioritisation methodology. One of the elements that they use is that they've developed a regional view of what they want, and they compare it to the national. So they quite often can invest and do invest in things that they want alone without agency funding. And I think that's really important to note, is that you have frameworks that exist already. So the ecosystem, particularly in transport, is a bit more mature. The UFTI strategy, the TSP, so there's things there. It's about spreading that across the whole business so that there's a fair suck of the sieve, if you like, across the whole portfolio.
And through the chair, we've been making notes of what these might look like as actions for when the committee wishes to finalise the discussion. So the prioritisation framework, for example, that staff would bring that to council to say, look, how might we approach the next annual plan with a more strategic framework.
Are there any further questions of staff? No, well, thank you very much for that, and obviously some good discussion already around this. Just with that in mind, so I'll just take a second to sort of see where what we've covered. We've covered the 4 early projects from what the Mayor has asked for, some significant cost savings there, and looking potentially going through as a test for the first of the value engineering or the value for money process we just discussed in the previous paper. We've got some considerations around, in layman's terms, some low-hanging fruit that may be able to be considered depending on what happens through the capital program through next year. If we were trying to make those decisions today and rank and prioritise and take things out, I think we'd be needing our sleeping bags. It'll be a very, very hard position where we are today to make those decisions. So acknowledging some of Councillor Crowther's points. And I think there is a third. What was the third? Yeah. We will put them up for you just to digest for a second. So the actions that have come out of that discussion. So just quickly in reading that, are we satisfied?
Just a question, Alistair, on the bottom 2 in particular. Does that enable this council to consider at the end of the financial year, should there be an underspend, with that we could choose to spend that on something that's of a minor or whatever that other word is nature, or not? Because I'm perhaps misinterpreting that.
Yes.
I suppose the caveat on that would be, Councillor Baker, that the further you go through a year and the later you get, then the more appropriate it would be to do as part of the following year's annual plan as well. So there will become a cut-off time, I think. But
Just
Deputy Mayor?
my only comment would just be the prioritisation approach in conjunction, rather than getting a fully delivered one, you'll talk to us while you're putting it together, please. Which we don't need to change there, but I'm just making sure that's the understanding. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's clear understanding. There's involvements requested. Councillor Kurak? No? You happy? Thank you. Okay, so if we are happy with that, I think we have got through a lot, and I think the Mayor's feeling better now. That he's had his, but as a group, we have to make this decision. And so going back to what was the original recommendation, the original recommendation as I had it was obviously to receive the report and improve the Papama shared pathway. And then from that, afterwards, the actions have come out of a fairly substantial discussion. So hopefully there won't need to be too much further. Not that I don't want to discourage good, healthy debate, but I think there has been a fairly strong view, but I'm happy to hear. So do we have a mover and a seconder for that?
I guess. Well, I'd just like to say I think there's more to be done on this, and I think we should look at that development of that framework, even to run over this annual plan. You know, and as we said, we might have a truncated one now, but we can design it better for next year. But so in that respect, I'd say, should we leave this lying on the table and bring it back where we can continue to consider it.
Just looking at James for logistics about an approved annual plan and a prioritisation framework for a retrospective plan. It might be something we have to come back if we leave it on the table and we work out how we operationalise it for an in-year discussion versus a future year discussion. James, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I guess it's just being aware of the risk of you've adopted an annual plan, reprioritising effectively an in-flight plan during the year is going to have the risk of significant delay on some projects. So as long as you acknowledge that, that's going to severely affect some of these projects. Most of the projects are in train and probably wouldn't fall into any prioritisation approach, but certainly there's a big wedge of projects, and depending on how that approach goes and how wide it goes, it could have a significant effect on the capital program. So just being aware of that, I guess, in terms of decision making.
I suppose the other thing to add to that, Mr Mayor, is that if we were going through that as a revisit and it did require changes, we've actually have agreed on an annual plan, so we have effectively made a contract with the community already on what we're taking their money for, and so we need to be, I think, pretty careful if we go too far into that retrospective. Certainly I would see if we had the opportunity as we move through the year and funds became available and we had the chance to adopt potentially new projects, but there'd be a concern, I think, around, we've effectively signed a contract with the community on the annual plan, and that's probably my main concern about going too far back. We've made some pretty big decisions, been through a big process. We do know there's some potentially low-hanging fruit, and we do know that the CapEx project doesn't always get delivered fully, so there may be something that comes out during the year. I would hope that's something that we consider. Councillor Crowther?
Yeah, I definitely acknowledge the staff concern. I think it's a genuine issue. I also, though, I want to sort of politely challenge the chair on your comment, in that no matter what we all might have thought, and we all might have had different interpretations of what happened in the discussion in May, June, that the understanding I took was reaffirmed by our Chief Executive that the capital program would be discussed as part of the annual plan discussion, but delayed to this meeting. So there's a fine line there. So I don't think we owe the community anything in particular, but except for what I am putting forward, which is that we owe them an honest response to their submissions, and we owe them some transparency around the decision making. So I don't feel we've actually signed off the annual plan until we sign off the capital program. I've never seen that happen in a council before. There was probably a reason for it. I don't know what the reason was, but from my point of view, the sooner we do it, the more certainty we give staff. But if we skip a step, I certainly won't be happy with it, because there are a couple of issues. I don't know if we're speaking to the motion now. I'm happy to do it, or to come back and speak to it. But I think I want to raise a couple of specific issues.
No, I take that on board. That's a good comment. Thank you.
So do you want me? Are you coming back?
Do we have a motion that's been moved and seconded at this stage? We need that first.
just sort of interject.
Or, as the Mayor suggested, is it live, but then we're going longer and longer. Councillor Morris.
Oh, sorry.
I'm prepared to move a slightly different B, given that we've approved it in the annual plan already. This is just saying where the money's coming from within the annual plan. So we've already approved Papamoa Shared Pathway. So wording to that effect would be acknowledges. Do we? Yeah.
No, I don't think we did for that one.
That's a great question. Yeah.
And that was clear at the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there a view, Councillor Taylor, is there a view around the table around that part of it? Oh, yeah, sorry, Councillor Morris, you're still talking.
Given that the project's already approved, do we need to resolve which line it is coming out of? Or are we just able to let
I don't think so.
Yeah, so the resolution was that it was to remain within at the time, the capital envelope of 498 that was agreed for the annual plan. So it was to be able to squeeze it within that. So we do actually need that resolution just to say we can get that budget in there now, and you're happy with us offsetting it with that that other adjustment.
I was hoping people forgot about that. Yeah, no, I'm happy to move B.
And Councillor, well, do we have a seconder or comment first, Councillor Taylor?
I just think it's good to have this in there because there was a point brought up about the Public Art Fund by Councillor Crowther, I believe, at the time. And this clarifies that recalculation as well.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Morris has moved and Councillor Crowther is happy to second. I will open for hopefully some fairly concise debate and discussion so we can it appears that there is the seconder would like to speak.
Yeah, I'd like to also put forward an amendment, which is to have C to retain the Public Art Fund at 0.25% of relevant capital expenditure for the FY26 year, to acknowledge the cost of living pressures on our community and the double digits rates increase.
The concern about that, there isn't any information in the report about that.
Well, we'd ask for it.
Yeah, it's not here. Is there a...
Well, to speak to it, we had, we were told that there was $24,000 applied for this year, previous year. There are more projects that are forthcoming. There is nothing like the 626,000 in train. That the likelihood is that the more we put in, the more will be spent because the promotion will probably be stronger, the word will spread. So I'm not suggesting that we won't be cutting it at all because we don't know that either way, but I'm suggesting that 323,000 is a massive increase, more than 12 times what it was for the last financial year. And so it still gives a lot of growth for public art in the city. And it acknowledges that there are some pressing issues, that the government has been very clear in terms of what they're looking for from councils. And our community has been very clear. And, you know, for example, we didn't acknowledge in their annual plan submission on CapEx, and we're sort of talking about the whole CapEx program at the moment, but to give a feel for what people are saying, 90% of submitters wanted less spent on city centre development, where a significant amount of public art funding is going in. And the total, or the average spend that they wanted in the city centre was 46% of what we're planning to spend. So, you know, I think we've been quite restrained in terms of not slashing the city centre development spend in response to the submissions. The survey had the same result. They wanted more than a third drop in it. This is one measure that will show that we are listening in some small way. We haven't made decisions yet on big projects in the city centre. What we're saying is that the art projects, which are citywide, have so far been a bit focused on the city centre. We're not cutting it. So it's going to be held at the same amount. The capital spend will actually be higher this year, all going to plan, so it will increase in that sense. So there'll be more spent on public art funding than ever before in Tauranga. But I suggest that it would be wise to listen to our community and to retain it at the 0.25% rather than put it up to 0.5% at the moment.
I'll give some comment myself. I don't think we have the information here today we've got your opinion, which is considered, I'm sure, but we do not have the information in front of us today, I think, to make an informed decision. Understand entirely what you're talking about, but I think we're in a situation that we will be making, as per some of the previous discussions, about being able to make an informed decision. So I suppose there's two potential options. The mover could agree, and then we could vote in parts, or we could leave this as an action to come back to the next meeting. So I'll leave that with the mover.
I strongly concur with Councillor Crowther about the Public Art Fund, but in terms of the process, I believe that C was considered at a council meeting during the annual plan and was voted down. I am happy to be contradicted if that's not correct.
I went to the Chief Executive. He said there would be a paper on this when we decide it for the capital program on the 22nd of July. So I thought we'd got the information in other forms. I don't know what else we need to decide it. We know that what the quantum was last year. We know from staff. We know what the funding that's in train is. We don't know, and nobody knows on staff what it will total for the coming year. But I don't know what we're looking for in a paper is the issue. So I think we'd have to be very clear, and I'd like it reported back in a more precise way so that we don't have to delay it for a third time, because this is the third time that I've asked for this.
Yeah, once again, I'll say that again, it's not in front of us today. There are probably some concerns about, we do have an approved budget, so I might ask Christine to come up and just talk.
We're approving it today, that's the issue.
If I can clarify, so you currently have an approved CapEx and OpEx budget in the annual plan that you've adopted, so you can't actually now change the budget. You could make a resolution that of an existing budget that sits in the annual plan, because that's locked in and you've charged a rate based on that annual plan. You could pass a resolution that you don't want to spend all of the money that is in the budget, and that effectively sends a message or direction to the staff that there is no authority for us to spend a particular budget to a particular amount. So you could be specific about that, but there's not a process by which you can change an approved budget as adopted in the approved annual plan for the year.
Through the Chair, I guess that it was Barbara who gave the information at the annual plan deliberations when we discussed this, and at the time I have clear recollection and noted down that the figure was not known what was going in the budget. So we were asked to approve in principle a budget that nobody knew what it was. So today is the first that we've heard that the correct figure is 626,000. It was still 1.66 or whatever it was million. So my understanding from the meeting and from the side conversation with the Chief Executive, which took place when that kind of ground to a halt for a little while in that meeting because of that issue, was that this would not be, I think the sense, I can't remember the quote from the Chief Executive, it was along the lines, it won't be held against me if I come along and say, we haven't decided to do that, because that's what I said to him. I'm concerned that people will say that we have signed off on this budget, in which case I don't want to support the plan. And the assurance I got was that would not be the case. So I'm just really struggling with this because it was a specific issue for me that I wanted addressed.
So can I clarify? What I'm saying is the way that you framed that resolution is to retain a fund. The budget is approved, so your resolution should either be to approve expenditure of that fund, of the budget, up to the budgeted sum, or you're asking staff, or you're approving staff spend the budget but not to the full sum. So I think it's just the way that the resolution is worded is my point, rather than, because you can't, the budget is there. You're asking us whether or not you want us to spend it or not spend it, not to retain the fund that has been set up.
Councillor Morris, I believe you. So again, I was asking if the mover was happy to accept Councillor Seconder's amendment.
Not at this time, unless it was worded in such a way that it generated a paper for decision, because I think council would need to consider that paper, reflect on it, and make a decision. Now, at the end of the day, I think it's probably better done as an amendment, because I'm not sure that the council, as a majority, would even entertain that.
Which is why I didn't do a paper, because I didn't know if people wanted it.
In that case, I think, Mr. Chair, it'd be good to deal with it as an amendment rather than substantive if there is a seconder.
Okay.
I'll second it, but changing the words to lower the expenditure of the Public Art Fund to point, yeah. To that, to 0.25.
Could we, go with
thank you, Christine.
To retain the Public Art Fund at 0.25% for the FY26 year, and thereby reduce the expenditure to 323 million.
Okay, so we've got an amendment suggested from Councillor Crowther. It's not going to be part of the main, and so Councillor Kurek is now considering whether he's second. Because we...
I'd like Christine Jones to come and confirm which wording would work to achieve the same outcome.
No.
Can I just ask a question?
Deputy Mayor, yes?
I just don't quite know where this is coming from. We're talking about a paper that we've all considered, and whether we retain or lower, I'm not sure what the quantum is. We've got, to me, this is just not appropriate at the end of a meeting to be almost changing the topic. The fact that we included comment about the Public Art Fund didn't allow us to say, okay, we're going to now put amendments as to that change where we're standing. So can we, I've got some amendments to the annual plan. Can we start putting those all up? I'm just a bit confused here as process, Chair.
So what I'm suggesting, if that's chosen to be an amendment, we can vote on that, and it's limiting the. Yes. So we don't have, that's what I've said to Councillor Crowther, we don't have that information here as part of the paper today, which was why the mover did not support you. Councillor Kurak is, again, I'm not sure, he may explain his motivations, but we don't have, so the fundamental point today is we don't have the information as a group. It hasn't been part of the paper. That has not been supported. If it's voted on today, it will be as an amendment before we go back to, otherwise we will just vote on the substantive.
I would be supportive of being the seconder to a resolution to bring an item to the next council meeting on this issue. Yeah, you're the mover. What are the words? That council brings the paper to the next, that a paper is brought to the next council meeting on the issue of the Public Art Fund expenditure.
So Councillor Crowther, I think we just need to be really clear because this is taking a long time. And Councillor Kurak is countering, and we're spending a lot of time going around in circles, wordsmithing. We're clear we don't have the information as part of this paper. I would prefer we do something that gets this finished now and we can deal with it in a future meeting with proper information and due consideration. I know Councillor Crowther is going to say what more is there. He thinks that the information's in front of us. But I'm just concerned that we are really playing with some stuff at the end here that we could probably be better off achieved by getting a paper at the next meeting and dealing with it properly then, plenty of time to prepare, plenty of time to read, plenty of time to be informed and make that decision then.
Okay, so if we provides a paper on the public art fund, it's what I had asked for previously, but if we can put it in the amendment and that will get it through, then that would satisfy me. But I would like it sort of, not, it doesn't have to be in the amendment wording, but to speak to it, I would say it would be helpful to address that in the context that it is still part of an annual plan discussion, that in the annual plan discussion it was referred to as that the CapEx will, as part of the annual plan, has not been finalised and will be determined at the meeting on the 22nd of July. So I would not be happy if people around this table came back and said, no, we agreed to do it on the 22nd of July, it's now August, you can't discuss it. Because I think we do need to be realistic that we have not, unusually for a council, perhaps the first I've ever seen, we have not consulted on a plan and then not addressed CapEx in the annual plan. It just seems bizarre to me, but if we can agree to do that, I'll be very happy to put that as a paper.
No.
Take out the whole thing.
Sorry. Mr. Mayor.
Well, I guess my comments is I don't know what problem we're trying to solve here. We've set the rates on the capital program. We've sent a direction to staff that we don't want to spend any of this budget line item unless it comes over our desks. So, like, to what end? What do we? I have no idea what we're trying to achieve here.
I mean, for me, what I'm trying to achieve is the opportunity for elected councillors to represent their communities across Tauranga who made verbal and written submissions to the plan, and as the local government acts here, we take everything into account, including ones that didn't come through the formal process. And this was a significant concern. It is something that people, especially once I actually started talking about it in that meeting, even more people have discussed it. I think, in my view, it's just like anything else in that plan. It's the opportunity to talk it through, make a democratic decision as an elected council on an issue of some significance, given that we are in a cost of living crisis, prioritising something which many people do not want prioritised to the extent it is. It's no different from any other project. It's no different from cutting a CapEx project that you're talking about, Mr. Mayor. It's just looking at value for money and delivering what's best for our community. Now, everyone could vote against it. I'm quite happy for that. That's democracy. But I'd still like it to be part of the annual plan discussion, which I was told was happening today on CapEx.
Thank you, Councillor Crowther. Is there any further discussion to be had on this? Because I'm happy to put the amendment to the vote and then get back to the substantive. Councillor Taylor, we'll give you...
I'd just make the comment that many people may have spoken to you in that way, but I've had a lot of people speaking in support of the Art Fund and where it lies. So, yes, probably the vote is the best way to get this sorted out.
Thank you. So, without there being any more debate, I will put the amendment to the vote, and that is that staff bring a report back to a future council meeting on the issue of the public art expenditure. All those in favour say aye. 3. All those against? Abstentions? Or did you vote aye? Aye. Sorry, so we just get clarity again on that? All those in favour? All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. All those against?
4, 5, 6. That's lost.
is lost.
Amendment's lost. Yeah.
We will move to the substantive, that the City Delivery Committee, A, receives the report 25-26 capital program, and B, approved to include the Papamau Shared Pathway, Parton Road Reserve, with a budget of 1 million, offset with a recalculation and reduction in the Public Art Framework budget for 25-26. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? None. That being the case, that is carried. Thank you very much. Some robust debate there. Does come to the end of the meeting, and if I can just ask... Oh, sorry, what? Councillor Baker to close off with a karakia.
Kia ora tēnā tātou. Big hui, really had to work for that one, Herb. Too much for chairing that hui today. Kia tārewa tūnga ki te kōrero ki te rangi, ko ia tēnei te whakawātea ki nei tūturu whakamaua kia tīna haumie hui e tai ki e.
I now declare the meeting closed at 3:42 p.m. Thank you for your